4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds. 8 raise, 16,000. Nine folds. One calls. Two calls. 3 players. One check. 2 check. Eight bet, 23,000. 1 fold. 2 fold. Five folds. 6 raise, 16,000. 7 folds, folds. 9 folds. One raise, 35,000. 2 folds, 4 folds. Six calls. Heads up. Six check. Copy. One bet's 45,000. 6 folds.
Sorry.
All good. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. One raise, 16,000. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Campbelltown.
Blinds at ante, please.
Me?
Yes. Thank you, sir. 7 raise all in. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 60.
Fuck, I don't need much, I need more than that. I think it was 8-9 instead of fucking 8-4.
6 folds.
Yeah, I wonder if you call it 8-9.
I'm not calling it 8-9.
I'll get you to leave the big one out there and I'll leave your ante in there for you as well.
I can't fold 7 bigs in 8-9. Eight, 6 fold, 8, 7, 4.
That's your pick. Eight folds. 9 folds. 1 raise, 16,000. 2 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. 7 calls. Heads up. 7 check. 1 check. Heads up. 7 check.
He hasn't got it.
Thank you.
1 bet, 16,000.
Probably about 30 of them in the room.
7
No, I'll
calls.
do a bit of it.
As in the 20. 67. You will. Nine folds. 1 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds.
100% going to.
5 raise, 20,000, 2-0. 6 folds, 7 re-raise all in,
370. Oh, lost 60.
8 folds,
Call it off with the 20 nuts like an idiot.
Count, please.
Out of position. Oh, perfect.
56,
Oh, easy game. That's why his name's Toby. That's why he's Tobias Giles, mate. That's why he wins mixed games trophies when he does spell PLO. Somewhere there. Just keep finding that Justice King, mate. That Justice King. So good, that one. I loved it. You deserved it.
Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome back. We return to Campbelltown Catholic Club for all the action of the Maddocks Mindset main event.
five calls, showdown.
Good luck. Good shot.
We are into the money now. All players playing have made the cash. You'll see the payouts being posted into your Twitch and Facebook chat. Tom Barron commentary booth. I'll be joined by Jordan Bromley a little later this afternoon. We broadcast all the action as we play down to a winner here at the Campbelltown Catholic Club.
Did you want the jack or did you want
Any questions for Jordan or myself? Fire those across into the chat. A record-breaking field here for the APT, the largest ever main event prize pool in APT history. First prize will be taking home $68,000 plus, of course, a ticket to the Vault tournament, which is a $1,250 value. That tournament, to be held at Bankstown Sports Club in October, offers a guaranteed $150,000.
One folds, two folds, four folds, five folds, six folds, seven folds, eight folds. Shows Jack. Not sure now.
Give me two there.
Two raise all in, four folds, five folds, six folds, seven raise all in. Apologies. 6 o'clock minus basic, sorry.
Who am I out?
I believe 7 has the biggest stack. All in for 99. $128. Sounds good.
No rush, no rush. Take your time. Take your time.
Nine calls. 1 fold. Show down.
20 nuts, Cam. It's 20 nuts, King Queen.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, James. Good luck.
Correct. Good luck, Les.
Another lose me.
One jack. Good luck.
No clubs.
Thank you. Block your ear. Yeah, sit open, feature table. 128, 128.
I had a screen block. I had a screen blocker. Doesn't matter.
Seat open feature. About to. Sir, I'll just get you to grab your table card. Yeah, and take it to the TD. Thank you.
One's a TD.
Yeah. TD will be behind us. You're welcome. Five folds, 6 folds. Seven folds. 8 raised, 16,000. 9 folds.
Oh, Henry Tran!
That sensor there, just there. Yeah. 1 calls, 4 calls. Henry Tran coming into seat 2, and just chip count it when you're ready. Thanks, guys. 3 players.
Check.
1 checks, 4 checks, 8 checks, 3 players. 1 checks, 4 checks, 8 checks. Thank you. 3 players.
Check.
1 checks, 16. 4 bets, 16,000. Welcome to the table, sir.
Yeah, I doubled up head.
Oh, yeah.
Jam 8 gigs under the gun, false knee.
8 raised, 45,000.
Free side in 8.
Oh,
Ace
man.
10s, really.
Oh, yeah.
45 correct. 1 folds. 4 calls. Show down. Shows 9s. Shows ace jack. Trip ace 6.
Ling.
Small, big.
Players, in my hand I have the actual bracelet that will be part of the prize pool of the vault. We've got a seat chase happening at 6 o'clock tonight, 2 seats guaranteed, 150 buy-in. If you want to see the bracelet, I'm happy to bring around and show you guys. Go back into the vault.
Probably lean towards a fold.
So, but yeah, just
Queen student is very tough though.
2
I
seats
think ace brings
guaranteed.
it to 4.
6 folds.
Ace
7
brings it to
folds.
fold.
Which
8
is
folds.
the series in October.
Right on, yeah.
Just
9
because of the
folds.
reshove, like it could be so dead there with ace king, ace queen, you know what I mean? Mind you, he's still shoving.
One fold.
Should still be shoving 8 to 9 10.
4 raise, 16,000.
It's not a horrible call. But I'd probably lean.
5 re-raise all in. Call.
100%.
4
I
calls.
stopped when you chipped too. What was it 120? 128?
4s cards.
And you had like 400.
King club, 4
It's
club.
not a horrible thing. Yeah, it's not a horrible thing. Yeah. Like he's still in good shape. Really good shape. Yeah. I
Good
think,
luck,
yeah.
players.
Yeah, it's not, it's not a horrible thing.
The advice from others is happen.
I think it's
Two pair.
I like, yeah, I do think it's
56.
Yeah.
173.
I think it was 150.
Yeah. Thank you. And if you could just shuffle a little bit that way for the camera so we can see you.
Put that beautiful face on camera, Henry. I want to see it.
Thank you, man. That's perfect.
Do you ever watch that Tom bloke, Henry? He likes to look at the young Asian guys.
What?
Tom, he likes the young Asian guys, so you got to be careful.
7 folds. 8 folds. 65 remaining. 9 folds. 1 folds. 2 raise, 16,000. 4 calls. 5 folds.
About 260.
6 folds. Heads up. Heads up. Correct. Two bets, 15,000.
32.
4 raise, 32,000. 2 folds. The one that's estimated at 20K. Really? Really? I'll have to try and check it.
Do you want us to leave you two alone?
Sorry?
Do you want us to leave you two alone?
Yeah, just having a good chat with ourselves, you know. You don't have the voices in your head?
I do, I just don't answer them out loud that often.
8 raise, 21,000. Nine folds. Confirmed. 1 fold, 2 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds. That's your anti-green. Give it under your card as well. Oh no. You can't believe it. We're just having some jiggles because he's picking up your cards as well. So.
If I can play, see the B still blinds now 400 and 100.
Yeah, we're just having some jiggles, just keep over for a little bit longer. Just
The B
like
still
squat
blinds
it
up next hand.
up. 9 folds. One raise, 16,000. Two folds. Folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. 7 folds. Correct. 8 calls. Heads up. Eight to check. One bet's 22,000. 2-2. Eight folds. Thank you, sir.
Where's this thing streamed?
It'll be streamed on LCA Poker on Facebook. Or Twitch.
Twitch, like.
Both LCA Poker. LCA Poker is for Twitch, my apologies. Facebook will be on the APT page.
APT Live. APT Live.
APT Live. One raise, 21,000. 2-1. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. That's your big line, that's your ante. Two folds. Four calls, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. Nine folds, option. 1 checks, heads up. Flash, spread your keys over the sensor, please. Thank you. Bets 16,000, 4 folds. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. How much? You show? In 5 folds?
4 folds.
Wow.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 raise, 22,000. 2 folds. Did you get them? Sweet. Big line Anthony.
You're just
Josh,
behind the.
What are you calling the term if you're fogging the river? Nothing.
Who's talking to you today? Is it Tom or someone?
Brendan.
Absolutely nothing.
Five folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 raise, 16,000. Two folds, 4 folds. Six folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 raise, 22,000. 2 folds. 4 calls. Five folds. Heads up. Four checks. 1 checks. Heads up. 16. 4 bets, 16,000. Calls. Heads up.
Ladies and dealers in the Maddocks set main event.
4 bets, 16,000.
10,000, big blind Anthony, please.
48.
1 raise, 48,000. Call. 4 calls. Showdown. Ace Jack. Chance your blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind ante. Copy Brennan. It's time.
Nice river, sir. Nice river. I think I made it too cheap.
7 folds, 8 folds. Nine folds. 1 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 raise all in. 100. 6 calls. Showdown.
Thank you.
Good luck, players. No. Thank you. Just take the table card to the TD, please, sir. Seat open. Feature table. Easy there.
Hey. That's obviously a call, mate.
For what? 7 impact is it?
10. 100k.
Jamming a lot, as you saw when you jammed 8 7.
Yeah. If I fold there, I probably shouldn't be playing too much. I think I only know 2 ways.
Small one.
I can do that.
I hope you make an incorrect fold when I jam on the fold.
I might get there, but folding to your jam for 13, probably 13 there, 100%. But blind on blind.
8 folds. Nine folds. One raise, 20,000. Two folds, 4 folds, 6 folds. Fold, 7 folds.
90% of the hands since I sat down there. Easy.
After all the shit there. All the shit there.
My cards are.
I was in the drain and I was up like 700k. And then
Pro's cool.
3 levels.
Always jam.
Just hit the wall. Good card. Good draw. Combo draws on the top.
That's yours.
And I've got a fish calling station on my table. And you just it was a pair or it was shit.
9 folds. One raise, 20,000. Two re-raise, 120,000. 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. One folds.
Good. 88%, Henry.
Huh?
It means 88% of hands now.
Oh
You
yeah.
got one.
Yes. If it's anyone to lower it, it'll be me.
It's either going to be 88 or 92.
You got good. I got good. Just enough. Yeah. Just finished. Asa is still ahead. Yeah, that's suited for me. For me?
1 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds. 6 folds.
You took out old mate.
Blind versus blind again. And it was
7 raised. 25,000.
draws this time.
Yeah.
8 folds.
10-7 and he's 10-7 queen. Couldn't get there.
Did you get there?
He, it was against you, he turned a straight draw or something as well, right?
Yeah, turned a straight draw.
He turned a straight draw with 10-7 as well.
Yeah.
And missed it. Can't always get there, right?
Could have missed against me.
9 calls. Heads up.
Yeah, I'll set it. They both said folds, so.
Huh?
They both said fold with the king four. So
9
probably a couple
checks.
too many picks.
You had a lot, especially against a guy that you didn't know that just going to game so wide.
Exactly.
I just going to be on default.
7 checks.
Like, and you're not big favourite.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Don't listen to them.
Nah.
You got more chips than them.
Muppets say all.
9 checks.
Oh, no,
I know it.
Josh had $500,000 before, so he should be sweet. I got more than Toby. Maybe.
What's Josh done?
Nothing. Just
7
won
checks.
everything that he plays.
Heads up.
Yeah. He's also 21 and probably made 100,000 as well. If I'd made 100,000 when I was 21, I probably would have made about 125 by now. I think Sleeman's out.
Where is he? Oh, yeah.
9 bets. 35,000.
The 550.
Yeah.
Seven folds. Mine's an antifreeze. Yep. $53 remain. Two raised, 20,000, 2-0. 4 folds, 6 folds. 7 folds.
100%. Is that what it says? Oh, perfect. Perfect. We're good, Henry.
8 called. 9 folds. 1 fold. Heads up. Eight. Two bets, 17,000, 1-7. Eight raised, 55,000, 5-5. 2 folds.
You have the trophy, Toby. I'll take the 4K. Oh, yeah? I think I'm currently, I don't know what the payouts are, but I'm pretty close to it at the moment. I think I was down 1,600 before today, so it's not too far away at least. But I'll also win 3K off the bloke next to wins the whole thing. How's Chunga going? He's still in, right?
Four folds. Six raised, 20,000. 9 re-raise, 50, 5-0. One re-raise, 150,000, 150. 2 folds. 6 folds. 9 folds.
I'll still it if he didn't.
Good fold, sir. Good fold.
Well, I wasn't making it 150, I was making it 400.
Call you. I don't call you.
If you're following him, I've got you beat. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, you could have had 10s or jacks, I suppose they beat me. I had 9 for putting in.
First one was right. Calling you.
Yeah, yeah. Glad he raised then. Saves me 300,000. I should say I'm more than likely. I wasn't 100% sure what I was going to do.
6 folds,
the way I was leaning
7
towards.
folds. 8 folds.
Where's your aces, Henry?
Normally I'm Madam Nash.
9 folds.
Yeah. Only because we've been in that spot 3 times already. I'm like, surely you haven't got it again.
1 raise, 20,000. 2 folds. 4 calls. Heads up. I check that.
Yeah.
4 checks. Check. 1 checks.
I'm probably
Heads up.
following my shot.
4 check. 1 check. Heads up. 4 checks.
You're worse and worse, nice.
I didn't drill my gut out of my river. For one.
It just got worse and worse for me.
Why one? Can I bet on the floor? Weekend? Weekend?
Yeah, 7. I was happy you got checked through, to be honest.
I'm probably not raising it to tell the truth. I'm thinking 9s are probably a bit like 10s. I probably do. Like in my hand, in my spot, it's just a bit short. Not probably a bit light actually. Yeah. 10s are probably flat, jacks are probably sharp. Maybe. I don't know until I'm in that spot. I guess. I can say anything now.
Seven folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds.
Come on, Henry.
Two folds.
20.
4 raise, 20,000.
I don't need much to defend, but that's not much.
6 folds.
Perfect. That's it.
Who laying?
That's the first hand I won against you.
Against me. Yeah, I think I got a couple over there, didn't I?
Run real well against you.
Doesn't matter now, matters later.
That's right. Oh.
Won it anyway. That's pretty like good for me.
Queen of diamonds exposed.
You just won easy.
Queen of diamonds. 8 folds. Nine folds. Raise it 20,000. One raise is 20. 2 folds. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Did you win that one? Did you win that one?
Which one?
Just now.
The fault.
Yeah, we're pussies both folded.
Back to 90% he goes.
We still in there for 2 or 3 hands in a row.
Let it be like that for the whole day. Maybe past midnight.
9 folds. 1 folds.
88.
2 folds.
20?
4 raise, 20,000. 2-0. 5 folds. Sorry, 6 folds. 7 folds.
Up to 70 is fine.
8 folds.
The VPIP is 40%, but he wins 80% of hands. Just good with numbers, that's all.
Keeping notes on the side.
I've actually got a photographic memory, so when I remember, I see information, I contain information, so when I think information, I don't have a photograph.
Should have kept it going.
It sounded good.
I couldn't be fucking
You almost believe it. Waiting for you and I was going to hand over the toilet paper.
If I had said that, I would have had 10 idiots watching this shit saying, God, you're a dickhead.
Yeah, very hard to hear.
Tom's texting me, so I've got it all down.
1 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds.
Killing me, Taylor.
5 folds.
Oh, what? Did you King 4 to win 100?
Come
I
on,
can't
yeah,
complain.
7 folds.
Oh, wow.
Can't complain.
At least your king ball not there.
8 raise,
No,
25,000.
it held there. Already in front. It held.
Yeah,
When he busted?
No, I was away, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
had him all in with king 4.
Yeah,
He
it
jammed
was
with 7-8.
Yeah, we jammed
9
small,
fold.
big,
Yeah.
10-7 diamonds. There's lots of King 4, much 10 bigs.
And you couldn't give him much credit there.
No. I couldn't up in 7-8 in, that's what I'm saying.
Eight bets.
The boys ran that too, Henry. The
36,000,
King
huh?
4 is a call too, they ran it as well. There was a call, the King 4.
Listen to
No, that's why I asked you first.
Did I say no?
No, you didn't. You said yes first, I went and spoke to them, and then you still said it was yes. Who do you think I'm going to believe?
And I
9
don't
folds.
study.
You don't need to be Asian, you're already good with numbers. You just can't drive.
Big gun in. Two folds, 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds. What a guy, man. 8 raise, 25,000. 9 folds. No, 1 fold. Heads up. One bet's 30,000. Eight calls. Heads up. One bet's 55,000. 5-5. 8 folds. Yep.
What was his percentage? He just won that one.
Oh yeah, but you lost the other one. She's back to 88. You folded last time.
Try to get it below 80.
It's probably actually 1 in 3, I reckon. Maybe 2 in 5. Around 35-40%.
Pretty good win rate.
Oh, definitely.
You won one
4 folds.
4, right?
Don't handle 1 so far.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Look at that VP
8
down.
folds.
I want it to start low, and then the way the more streams I play when it builds up, the average stays down still. So if I start low to start with,
9 raised, 25,000. One folds.
85.
85. Love it.
Two calls. Heads up. Two check. Nine bet, 25,000. Two
Yeah, I
folds.
should have played that.
4-5.
Not getting rings from
Not 4-5. I'm still on the draw.
You have? Oh, I think I got 4. I got 400. Still going too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 26k. Yeah. Bro, we're legit just going to take this place for like 120k to the first street.
today.
Let's do it, why not? And then we'll just flick for all our 5%. Yeah. We'll take all. Hey Josh. Obviously Chunga has to come third though because it's for Amber. Oh, sorry.
6 folds.
Just throw the button over, throw a battery at me or something. I didn't realise it was
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. One fold. Two raise all in. Four folds, shows.
I would have fucking broke your wrist. Mucking those cards. No, mucking those cards would have broken your wrist.
And even if I wasn't, I'm not in bad shape most of the time. I'll take 40%.
Nick 2.5 bottom has a very nice hand to defend. Just no connection on that ace 3 that club, and my hand is middle.
Oh yeah. Or it can be a high, one high.
7 folds. 8 raise, 26,000. 9 folds. 1 folds. 2 folds.
Oh, well, it's gone down
4
to
calls.
below 80% at this rate, though.
6 spots. I got 3 players. 4 check, 6 check, 8 check. Heads up. Hold on. 4 bets, 21,000. This comes from Rufus. Whatever he's on. Hardest of this one. 75. 6 raise, 75,000.
Oh, they're gonna
75.
snap shot,
8
then.
folds. Correct. 4 calls. Sorry, sir. Heads up.
Bad
4
river card
checks.
for me.
7 checks. Should miss. Yeah.
That's my curse hand, Queen 9.
What's that?
That's my curse hand, Queen
Oh,
9.
is it?
Cannot win a hand with it.
I should re-raise pre.
Big
one,
You raise pretty after.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, even if you thought, I don't even know if that's a call there because it's such a big raise.
Small one, is it? Eight calls. What's he doing? 9 folds. 1 fold. Amazing. 2 folds. 4 folds.
No jokes allowed pre-flop.
6 folds. Option.
Heads up.
Yeah, raise. No, 8 call.
Yeah, heads up.
Brendan's asking me for the action.
Oh no, is it heads up just for
Yeah. 7 check. Heads up. Head up. Head up. 7 checks. 8 checks. I just checked. 7 bets, 30,000. 3-0. Eight calls. Heads up. Seven check. 8 bets, 25,000. 7 folds.
I thought it was pretty fair. Probably a little bit better for Jai, but I'll take it.
9 folds. 1 folds. No. 2 raise all in. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Is your alarm beep saying that your win rate's on 8, then you have to come back now?
It did. One folds. 2 folds.
Below 80%.
22?
4 raise, 22,000. 2.
Below 80%.
6 re-raise, 75,000. 7 folds, 8 folds. 9 folds. We're not playing anymore.
How do you keep doing it?
4 folds.
It's actually suited too.
Shows ace king, shows ace queen suited.
That's hard. Twice over to me, Henry.
Tail box, you are.
Big blind in.
1, 4.
Yeah, no, if I'm 3
Welcome
betting,
to the
I've
table,
only
sir.
got
Thank you. First name? Victor, Victor.
That's me.
Yep, and last name Victor.
Durrell.
D-U-R-R-E-L-L?
D-O-R-R-E-L.
D-O-R-R-E-L-L.
E-1-L.
Oh, E-1-L.
D-O-R-R-E-L. Yep.
Got it, sweet. And you got a count as well?
169.
Thank you, sir. And welcome to the table.
Thank you.
I just need your water off the table because it's electronic. That's all. Yep. Perfect. Two folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 48 remaining, 8 folds. Thank you, dealing to you. Nine folds, take it down. Big on ante, thank you, Henry. Yeah, walk. Hang on, guys. Just got a technical issue going on at the moment. Just everyone take your cards off the sensors for a moment. Yeah, so just push them off the sensors, guys. Everyone's cards are off the sensors. We're good to go? Alright, back on sensors, guys. Buttons in 9. Thank you. 4 folds. 5 folds.
100k each.
Six folds, 7 folds. 8 raise, 20,000, 2-0. One re-raise, all in. One folds, two folds. 208. 8 calls, show down. Ace queen, king queen at risk.
Give them a queen.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Like everyone.
Just take that to the TD as well for your payout. Seat open, feature table.
Towards action.
Raise 20k, jam.
Cool. I fold. Shove.
All free pop. Nice. Five folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 raise, 25,000. One re-raise, 55,000, 5-5, 2 folds, 4 folds, 8 folds, heads up. Eight check. One bets. 75,000. 7-5.
Alrighty, players and dealers in the Maddocks Mindset main event.
Need 8 calls.
The lines are now up to 6,000, 12,000, 12,000. Big blind. Whoa.
Heads up. Eight check. One bet, 175,000. 170, sorry, 170. One 170.
Dealers and poker players in the beast, your blinds are 600, 1200, or 1200 big blind ante. This is level 8. Registration does close at the end of this level.
Seat 8, raise all in. One calls. Show down. Based on counts, I have seat 1 at risk. Correct? Good luck, players. Set of queens.
That's a big hand, eh?
Yeah.
Good.
To make sure
now you can slow down to 500. That's enough for you, okay?
Got him, man.
Really?
He probably won at least half the hands on it. Probably 40, 50%.
That's what we like.
That's why
559,000.
Especially on the button.
Interesting.
He's playing well. He's playing really well. What was it?
559. Nice hand, sir. Nice hand. 560. One return. Well, I used to be able to one hand like slide them back in the day, but haven't done it in a while. Blinds are up this hand, gentlemen. Blinds are 6, 12, 12.
Flow into yours.
Come on, mate. Big chips to the front, please. No.
Which ones?
So,
You're right.
as soon as you count, how much you got? 1.4?
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 12,
6 folds, 7 raise, all in. 8 folds. One folds. Seat 2 calls, 4 folds, 5 folds.
Good luck,
Go down. Yep, pocket 8s. 8s at risk.
You sure? Hello's always serious. This is Brendan.
Good luck, gents. Just take your seating. Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
I'm always a step ahead now.
Thanks, Henry. 2 seats, feature table.
It's too pumping.
Still a scary board, though.
It was a very bad board. Yeah, I can't do it.
Never folding. He's got ace, jack, jack, 9 at this
I had queen diamond as well. So.
I think I had king 10 that hand. If I got a bit fishy, I would have been.
7 folds. 8 folds. One raise, 24,000. Jimmy. Correct. 4 calls. 5 folds. 6 folds. Heads up. One checks. 4 checks. Heads up. One checks, 4 checks, heads up. That's 25,000. 4 calls. Shut down. Pair of 3s.
Thank you, sir. Gave me it nice and cheap. Get lucky ones. Got lucky blue one. Thank you, sir. One packet.
Thank you. Yes. 8 folds. One folds.
24.
4 raised, 24,000, 2 4. 5 folds. 6 re-raised, 75,000, 7 5. 7 folds.
Only just to get
4
shit
folds.
every time. No, I've done it about 3 or 4 times and just had it every time. Like this,
Sort of one of those, like you're happy to get the win, but
oh, definitely.
you see a flop and an ace comes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Here's the window.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. This stage of the one, you want one caller at least, eh? Get some value.
I'm happy to take it down there, mate.
Happy with my 24k.
Yeah, I can't lose
One
half my
fold.
stack if you fold 3.
4 folds.
I'm happy either way, however it plays. It's all good.
5 folds. 6 folds. Welcome to the table, sir.
Yeah, you've got just a couple. What stacks of blues?
7 folds.
So what I'm going to get you to do is work up 5,000 for me. I'm going to come around and come out.
All right, gentlemen, you have a new dealer.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Taylor.
Oh, calm down, mate.
Good luck for the remaining tournament.
Drop the sir and everything.
Suppose he gives me a million, I'll call him sir too.
So I think it's get a big one before you finish that off. Ready. All ready. 2 seconds. And it's at 42. So there's no C3, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. See 2 folds, see 4 folds, see 5 folds, see 6 folds, see 7 folds, see 8 folds. Yes, put some good music on. You're a bit static, bro. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear you. You're cutting out. See 4 folds. More. See 5 is all in. 6 folds, 7 folds. No, 5's all in. 5 is all in. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. I did say that. every time. 8 folds, 1 folds. 2 folds. He does this every time to me. He makes it out like it's my fault when it's him not listening. Yeah, your mic's a bit staticky. I can't really hear you too clear yet. I said, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, still blue, yeah. Well, who broke it? The case has fallen off the back. Five folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. Seat 1 raises to 25,000. 2 folds. Seat 4 calls.
That'd be bullshit.
Are you actually okay? Credit? Yeah. You're just saying some stuff. 4 checks. See, 1 bet's 30,000.
Okay.
See, 4 folds. 30. Yeah.
As I said, I was happy to give that. See a 4. Get a place over here.
One, please. 12 folds. Six folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Waiting for you to come back.
1 folds.
He doesn't like come back.
Sorry?
You with St George. I said it's on you. Come back. Like Commonwealth Bank. Yeah.
4 calls. 5 checks. Heads up. Sorry, 4 checks. I just need you to put that out for me. Yep. So C5. Yep. Yep. Bet 12 from 5, and then 4 calls. 4 calls, sorry. Yeah, just a little stream. I actually need you to bet something.
He folded when I motioned.
Yeah, yeah.
Just looking at your chips was enough. When you flop the world, you got a bet, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a red board.
Stop looking at my chips, sir. You just look there.
I'm not looking at.
Can't miss that.
I'm thinking about your card. That's a red board. You have to bet there. That's why.
Small one, please.
Yeah, straight draw. 1 card straight draw. Yeah, very well.
7 folds. 8 folds. C1 raises 25,000. 2 folds. 4 folds. 25 from C1.
I'm all in.
C5 is all in. C6 folds. 5 is all in. 6 folds. Good fold. 1 folds.
Going down. Going down now.
You had ace queen?
The table dynamics change.
Yeah,
You have
lost
ace
a couple
queen?
of stages.
Ace queen, I'm starting.
I'll just say he's not folding
Please,
ace queen.
one
The
time.
way I'm running ace queen. I didn't have it.
I know. No, I'm saying. Talking to the gods.
If you got aces and he's not got ace queen, I'm putting my money right there. Have you not seen how he's running?
No, but that's me. It's different. I got a positive mindset.
Not that I want him to win, don't get me wrong.
The dynamics changed. Did you hear him?
Yeah, true.
He just said it.
It's good when you're running well and you're playing well.
So I don't even need 2 cards. You could just leave this one there.
8 folds.
You got to give me my first blue one over here.
He just takes it straight back.
No.
Indian judo.
C1 raises to 25,000. 2-5. C2 folds. C4 folds. C5 folds. C6 folds. C7 all in.
Oh, victory.
So
I'd rather you not be
2
here.
raise.
Huh? I'd rather you
Sorry,
not be here.
C1 raise. And then C6 went all in. And then C1 folds. This job's a lot easier when you actually listen. Alright, we have a new player coming in to seat 9.
George Mitri.
What are we doing? What, am I throwing the big ones?
Under the gun, so get your 25,000 ready.
Did they come up with a count? With a count?
Huh?
Yeah. You're cutting it out. Right, I'm looking right at it, yeah. That one? Why?
Check on the floor, maybe. Oh.
I called by accident.
You got to count it.
I called by accident.
Have you got a count? Sweet. So we're good to go?
What'd you do to Richie, George?
Not himself, mate.
He said he got set up.
Yes. He always thinks he's a pro.
I don't know when he thought I asked, but anyway. I don't know when he thought I asked. He wanted to tell me that.
Actually, scan the text. Just make sure you scan the text.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so seat 9 folds, seat 1 is mucks. Seat 2 raises to 32,000. Seat 4 is mucks. Yeah, they too, yeah. Seat 5 faults, seat 6 faults. Seat 7 faults. Seat 8 faults. Thank you.
I love being able to see what everyone had.
We're allowed to watch the stream on the table.
Are we?
You said no? Okay. No.
You're not allowed to watch the
Yeah,
stream?
so you have to turn that one off. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yep. Can you move your chip to the other side of your sensor, please?
Thinking about it all over.
What if I'm superstitious?
Unlucky.
It's coming from
He's just picking
the
on me
gold
now,
at the
that's
back,
all
right? So
You make me cry.
it's not my.
It's all good, bro.
The people in my head are telling me to do things.
Just tell him to listen, alright? Just listen.
Seat 1 raises to 25,000. Seat 2 raises to 106,000. 106. Seat 4 is mucked. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. Seat 8. Seat 9. I understand like that, but I'm going to scan.
No, 3. 3. There's no seat 3.
Seat 1 folds.
Players in the beast, finish hand, you're on. And then you can have a break. And there's also the end of Red Joe. If you wish to sacrifice a stack, please let me on my TV know. You have until the end of this break to re-register if you wish to do so. After the break, there will be no more re-entries.
But how much do you have? I'll see the blues. How much stacks of blues do you have?
So 1.1, 1.2.
Big stack on my table, now I'm like small. Beautiful.
Have you all have 5 million?
Please
That way I
stay
got 5
seated
and
at
40
your
million, I
tables.
can win.
All dealers, please stay seated at your tables.
Seat 2 folds, seat 4 folds, seat 5 folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 raises to 25,000.
40.
Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 raises to 76,000. 76.
You're going to give me my first blue one, are you?
Yes, I am.
Seat 1 folds. Seat 7 folds.
Josh, is them at club? How do they move in? The stable's going straight.
You're right, then. Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 is all in. Seat 9 folds. Seat 1 folds.
How much?
$80,000 flat.
Can you double it up?
$80,000. Seat 2 folds.
Fuck, it must have been bad.
Yeah, bad.
It must have been bad.
That's why.
And you can see the count up there, right?
Not much there. I know, I just wanted to know how much, yeah. Thank you.
And then I had 2 reds and 10 yellows left over.
So what happened there?
You said that you
What
was
happened
wrong.
there?
I jammed for 80k and thought about calling and
Oh, you didn't call.
Kind of weird.
My card's not that.
But H9 I was going to jam, I think I would have got trouble doing there.
Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds.
Not very good.
Seat 9 folds. 9. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 pulls. Seat 4 checks. Seat 2 checks. Seat 4 bets 12,000. Yep. Seat 2 calls. Seat 2 checks. Seat 4 checks. Seat 2 bets 22,000. 2-2. Seat 4 calls.
I know you call everything.
Oh, yeah.
Seat 2 shows full house.
I don't know.
Shows. At 6s.
Shows?
Yeah, he showed like. I jammed previously, Paul.
No.
Not a fucking chance in hell.
Can we not square on stream, guys?
Not a fudging chance in hell.
What favourite fudge?
Should be a bit more.
You ain't calling any of them, no matter.
That will be more if they're coming, right?
No.
Maybe not.
I like how he tried to make it out there was a flush there. He made it. He made it known.
Yeah, so you got a big one, 12 and 12 then. You alright? Give me a hold while you change over.
I heard of it as well. Yeah, I heard it. That's what I'm saying.
Tom? You good? Good. All good, mate. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 raises to 25,000. See 7 folds. See 8 folds.
Your 30-second call.
See 9 raises. 26,000. 2 6. See 1 folds. See 2 folds. See 4 folds. See 5 folds. See 6 calls.
Georgie boy.
Checking dark. See 6 checks dark.
Dealers of Packer plays in the beast. Your blinds recommence at 800, 1600. 1600 big blind ante. Registration is
See
now
9
closed
bets
to the tournament.
20,000.
Dealers
See 6
shuffle up and
calls.
dealers good luck players.
See 6 checks. See 9 checks. See 6 checks. See 9 checks. There's 2 cards. 9.
At least I made someone laugh. I hope that was me.
Dominated 3.
Oh yeah, ace 9. I'm going to go on one of those George Mitchell sun runs for the next 2 years, starting today, okay, just so you know. George Mitchell what? A sun run. So I'm just going to run really well for the next 2 years, starting today. That's the plan, that's the plan.
Yeah, every 2 years.
Yeah.
See 8 folds. See 9 folds.
I've got the footy on, not the stream.
I know.
No, you're streaming the footy.
On my Foxtel account.
And you have to go on the phone?
See 1 raises to 30,000.
Card reading?
See 2 folds. See 4 folds. See
I don't
5
have
folds.
friends. Alright.
See
What
6
do they say?
folds.
Friends in poker?
See 7 folds.
Unless you have percentage in each other.
Got heaps of friends in poker, I'll take all their fucking money if I can, because I'll take mine if they can.
It feels better, eh? It's a weird feeling.
Depends who they are.
Yeah, that's right.
I done Trav a little bit dirty earlier, because Trav's really, really good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But it did suck, because Trav made it. I wasn't that dirty. But Trav with 30% equity on the turn.
Just make sure there's 1 card there.
We worked it out, it wasn't a bad shot, I guess, so that's the main thing.
Seat 9 raises. 24,000, 2-4. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds. Seat 4 folds, seat 5 folds.
How much is 24?
Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Free runners to a flop. Actions on seat 8. Seat 8 checks. Seat 9 checks. Seat 6 bets 25,000. Seat 8 volts. Seat 9 volts.
That was good.
Thank you, sir.
Playing or going on?
We're playing. No, you're not blind yet, sir. You're not blind yet. Don't think you're blind yet, sir.
Alrighty, players and dealers in the Maddocks Mindset main event 2. Finish your car in hand and you are on a 15-minute race.
Seat 1 raises to 25,000, 2-5. Seat 2 faults, seat 4 faults, seat 5 faults, seat 6 faults.
Is there a break?
Yeah. 7 faults, 8 faults, 25,000. Seat 9 calls. Heads up. Seat 9 checks. Seat 1 bets. 30,000. Seat 9 folds. Alright guys, we're on a 15-minute break. What's the score, buddy?
Huh?
16-14?
Yeah, 16-14. Yeah. Yeah, it's going down the wire, it looks like.
Yeah.
4 minutes to go.
I heard so much so far this week, and this is one game I was worried about.
Yeah.
Took the doggies, so.
I want to clock stat to score. Has he scored?
I don't know. I stopped watching after the first 20.
I haven't looked at my super coach or I've been focusing on poker.
A tight one I got. I got clock stats and Nico Hines is my captain versus Perez and someone else.
Look at that, bro.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'm 10 in front. It's no good. T.
Williams going to score like a.
It's because of Josh.
Yeah,
Schuster. 26.
Yeah, not too good.
I had to play him though because I traded him for Dewey.
No, I just turned it off because I changed batteries. What? I just changed batteries. Still on there? Hey, Tommy there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back. We return live at the Campbelltown Catholic Club for all of the action of the Maddocks Mindset main event. Playing down to a winner tonight, Tom Bear in commentary, and I'm joined by Jordan Bromley again. Good afternoon, Jordan. How are you?
Welcome back, guys. Hope you all had a decent rest last night. Glad to be here. Hopefully take you guys all the way down to a winner tonight. It'll be a bit of fun.
Lots of fun indeed. First prize taking home $68,000 in the largest main event prize pool in APT history. So not only is the winner taking home $68,000, they're also getting a ticket into the vault, which is worth $1,250.
Sounds like it's the highest first place prize for the entirety of the series as well. Is that right?
Yes, it is. It is indeed. The big main event gets the big prize pool, and of course that vault entry guaranteed a $150,000 first prize. That tournament to be held in October at the Bankstown Sports Club. It's going to be a massive, massive tourney.
Looks like we've got around 4 players that are currently hovering below that 20 big blind danger zone. We've got a chip leader with around 1.3 million on this table. Seems like an absolutely amazing hand. Happened earlier that I might have missed out on. Middle set versus middle pair and an open ender. Running it for 1.2 mil. Shout out to MJ in the Twitch chat saying, hey team, how you doing, mate? Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. As we see Paul ripping the ace 4-0 here for his 4 big blinds. And he's going to be flipping against Gordon with 6s. I don't think he's ever going to be folding this one. Just going to get a double check of the count. And yep, chips go in. And we're going to be running it here. 6 is going to be looking to find a KO of Paul Hammer. We're going to see all 5 cards first, though. Just got to fade an ace. Or find an ace. Does give him extra outs with the 4. There's the ace on the turn, however. So just fading a 6 now. And he does fade it. So Paul will find a full double up, taking himself up to around that 10 big blind mark.
Hard to find a pair and hold them. Paul has 3 of them. Paul is the the delivering end of the Queen Jack v Queens chaos that was earlier, and so he would be happy to scooping a few extra chips back on in.
Definitely looks like he's not afraid to put the money in. Interesting to see now that he's doubled up to 10 bigs, what he's able to do from here.
If he spun it up once, he can spin it up twice.
Let us know who you guys are cheering for in the Twitch and Facebook chats. We're going to be keeping track of those as well as the YouTube conversations. So let us know what's going on, guys. Let us know how your Sundays are going. We're going to be bringing you the coverage all the way down to a winner this evening. So you're going to have to be putting up with my amazing voice and Tom's annoying voice for at least another 8 hours. I reckon we're going to be going until around about 11 o'clock tonight.
Seems only fair, Needles included as well, but it's a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, feeling mostly better, and I won't be taking any of the unblock your nose needles from the Twitch and Facebook rail this week.
As we see Victor ripping in his 14 bigs, does get it through. I was never the one needling you. I think it's only that one time, right?
Only that one time.
As we see Benjamin out table shorty just with 39k. Barely over 1 starting stack. Managed to make his way all the way through to this point. So definitely anything possible. We've got a shout out for Victor Dorrell, sitting with a little over 10 bigs at the moment. Hopefully he's going to be able to find a spin for you, Marley. Thanks for tuning in, Luke, as well. Good to see you guys watching in. Got a regular viewer, Skeg in the chat as well, who's been tuning in for every one of the other streams. I keep seeing his name popping up in Twitch, so thanks for watching. As we see Dale with the Ace King. Definitely think he's going to be finding a raise with this one, or he might make it 35k here. Very disciplined fold from Sean with the King Queen. Folding over to the big blind. Isn't going to find a defend. We get a updated of the chip counts. Benjamin down to just 1 big blind.
Nobody wants to tussle with Dale. Well known dealer in TD on the Sydney poker market, but it's just showing he knows exactly how to play it as well. Maddocks still very much our chip leader at the moment. 1.3 million, 1.1 million for Gordon. And Benjamin our shortest stack with 31,000.
As you can see in the chat there, guys, 68K up top. Not bad for a couple of days work in this one. Definitely the tournament to want it to be playing. As we see, Manaha looks like he's thinking about the 10-9-0. I think he's going to find an open. Looks like he's got a bit of a Torelli going on here. He's got the 5Ks behind his yellow chips. Somebody needs to be having a conversation with him about that. As he does open it up to 35K. Fold it around to Dale in the big blind with King Jack. He's definitely going to be finding a call here, and he does. So off to a flop we go. Definitely some flops here that could get both these hands interested. And that is one of them. We see the gut shot for Dale, middle pair, and a backdoor flush draw for Manohar. Sorry if I'm getting that name pronunciation wrong, but I'm trying my best. As we see him fire out a bet, and we're not going to see a defend from the gut shot. Really thought we should at least be seeing a turn there, but he decides against it. And the chip leader is going to keep adding some more chips onto his stack. Definitely think you need to be peeling a gutter there. It's just far too good.
Just decided he's not interested in messing with that chip lead at all. So folks, of course, you'll find us live, Twitch at twitch.tv/LCA Poker, also Facebook at APT Live Reporting, and now on YouTube as well at APT Live and also LCA Poker, both on YouTube. If you're looking for the replays of those broadcasts, currently running live. It's Tom Bauer and Jordan Bromley in the commentary booth. Happy to give a shout out to whoever you're cheering for, or any questions for Jordan or myself, let us know. We're here as we broadcast all the way down to a winner tonight.
As you see Victor ripping in the 200K. Don't know if he's going to get through the ace-9-0 here. He's definitely going to give it some thought. See, Marley in the chat was supporting Victor. Going to have to hopefully help him through this one. Definitely giving it a bit of thought here. And agonizing over this one. If Victor does get called here, he's going to be in rough shape, though he does have those clubs to help him out. Looks like the chips are going in. All right, so Victor is going to have to find a deuce or clubs here. Otherwise, he will be making a swift exit towards the payout desk. As we see all 5 cards here, one of these hands, a definite favorite. Not anymore, as we see a deuce on the flop, a 4 on the river, a 3 or a 5 won't do it. So Victor is going to find a double here with ace deuce against the ace 9. There you go, Marley. Never a sweat, huh?
He's got this. He's got it indeed.
As we see Benjamin and Sean now, the 2 short stacks here.
Right call, and you still get punished for it. It's a cruel, cruel game.
It's definitely not easy. You can see the count with the amount of players remaining, guys. 39 in the top right of your screen. And from what I've been hearing, that number has been dropping very quickly. So moving down towards the final table, quick as that. Get my words out, that would be good.
That's all right. We've still got a few hours to practice. You'll be just fine. So those payouts being pasted both into your Twitch and Facebook chats now, folks. You'll see the payouts paying 76 players, but of course, the money up top, $68,000 will be going home with our winner. Everyone on the final table is guaranteed at least $5,000.
I'm back for $600 entry.
Pocket
So you see, it
sevens be
looks
the new
like
ace king.
yeah, ace 5, gonna raise it up. 7s though. Wonder whether or not he's gonna play these as just a call, or if he's going to raise it up here. Has to be a bit worried about the amount of chips that Victor just acquired, though. If he does raise and get jammed on, it's a pretty gross spot. So it looks like he is going to reach for some orange chips and doesn't have to raise.
95,000.
It's 95K. Now Victor has to wonder whether or not he's going to have the same luck here. Decides against it.
And face up just gives it away. This is what I had. And then Dale also face up lets him know, well, this is what you're against. Dear, oh dear, boys. Not at the pointy end of a tournament, please.
See Lyle in the chat saying that Dale's running well so far this event. Definitely looks like he's got quite a lot of chips to throw around. 712K now.
Well, run well and play well. It's a tough combo to play against.
Let us know where you guys are watching from. We've had a number of people tuning in from overseas and all around the shop over the last few days. Let us know who you think is going to take this one down. $68,000 is quite a lot of money to be taking home.
Speaking of run well, sevens gets a small upgrade. Now pocket aces.
And the guys in the blinds are both very short. So definitely a chance that he could be getting jammed on by any hands here. And ace 7 is definitely one of those hands.
7 bigs, it's enough to push it forward.
Does decide to put it in, and he's going to see the very bad news here. Yeah, oh wow.
Oh wow.
Not stoked with that outcome. As he's going to need a lot of help here. He does have clubs and hearts live. As we see 2 clubs and a gut shot on the flop for him now.
Ends are now
Another
added,
club.
and clubs come live.
And he isn't able to pull off the heist of the century.
He got
Dale going to be adding more
worryingly
chips.
close.
Very, very close. And Paul is going to be making his way to the payout desk. See, the number just keeps falling as we're going to be moving through this tournament.
Big,
That's coming thick and fast.
Tough session on the felt for Paul. He peaked well over 600,000 before running his mid-pair straight draw into Manaha about an hour and a half ago. And he was never really able to recover from that point.
Looks like it's going to fold over to Dale once again. Decides on a fold this time. Sean now with 3 bigs. Just going to hold on to his life for a little bit longer. George with Jack 7 offsuit in the small blind. Does decide to limp, and we're going to see a check. So heads up to a flop, blind v blind. Which is going to see check, check. Neither player with anything on the turn. Queen high still ahead, but George going to fire a bet out here, see if he can pick up the dead money. And it is going to work as he picks up off of the chip leader at the table.
Yeah, it's tough. What we don't want to be finding ourselves is just sitting there with a big, big chip stack and bleeding chips unnecessarily. If we're entering into these pots, we need to be entering into them with a plan. We can't just flat or check our way through to showdown. Plenty of opportunities to be taking that hand uncontested. Neither player showing any interest. Basically, whoever bets first is going to take that pot down.
Yeah, sometimes betting one big blind just gets the job done. You see there. See Benjamin ripping his last big blinds for 31K with King 10, and he runs into a dominating Ace 10 from Victor. And I think Sean with 9-8 suited may even consider running it here as well. So you can see his hands performing pretty well, but George has woken up with jacks. Quite a lot of action in front of him here. I wonder how he's going to respond to this. especially if Sean decides to put it in as well, decides against it, now gives George an opportunity to put some more pressure on this hand. A raise to 150k might definitely help it out. Looks like he's going to go a little bit smaller than that, raising to 105. Going to fold to the blinds, who are going to get out of the way. Now, Victor with ace-10 suited, what's he going to decide to do here? He's giving it a bit of thought. Does have around 25 bigs to start the hand. Gonna double check his chip stack. He has to think that this raise is pretty strong here from George. Wonder whether or not it's time for him to commit this. I think that's a very good fold. I think George is going to be getting out of line there very often after there has been a call of the all-in. As we see, Ben does have an overcard, but he is in rough shape at the moment. 1/3 of the time, he will come away with the win, though. Not on that flop, however, just needs a king. No help on the turn. 3 outs once, and won't be able to find it, so we will lose Benjamin here.
Victor's going to be feeling happy about that fold now as well.
Yeah.
It's always nice to just see the board run out clean for you after you put your cards in the muck and think, good, I made the right decision. Nothing like outcome-orientated thinking for your poker game. Gary and the team from Elite Sports Massages coming back on.
Right, small blind, big blind.
Big, just letting us know we get table audio to the stream. That'll just be
Yeah, you got a reader on the table now. Only if I'm in the hand, bro. I'm not gonna.
7 is all in.
It looks like Sean's decided that this is it. Ripping it in with ace-8-0. Definitely the right decision with the amount of chips that he's got.
The whole time we're playing.
Manaha with 6s though is going to be at least calling here. Wonder whether or not he's going to find an isolation raise to try and get it heads up.
Takes a look at the stacks behind him.
It was a 3.5 big blind jam, so just going to double check a count before I think putting in maybe a small raise to 130k. I think that's all he would need to do.
57,000.
Definitely don't want to be folding this one. 6s is just far too good for 3 bigs.
1 calls, 2 folds.
Looks like he is just going to call.
Count again.
57.
And I don't think Victor is going to be doing much here with the Queen 8-0. He could defend his big blind given he's got 2 invested, but he decides against it. And we are going to see a flip here. Not the most classic of flips, but a flip nonetheless. Manaha ahead with 53%. However, Sean does have 6 outs over 5 cards.
He's got the.
So off we go to the races.
I'm too unhappy with the volumes of Manaha, to be honest.
Yeah.
One of the best case scenarios is he does find an 8 on the flop. Does give Manaha an open-ender on the turn, however, and a flush draw. And that is a flush for Manaha. Unfortunately, Sean will be heading to the payout desk as well. So just like that, we're down to 6 players at this table, or 5 players even, getting very short-handed. And I think we will have that change, so we'll get a bit of a rebalance going so we can get some fresh faces here for you guys. But the bust outs are coming thick and fast in this tournament. These guys want to get it over and done with as soon as possible.
All the spades closing out that hand for Manaha. He continues to extend that chip lead.
I think he was 33.
Still tournaments playing here at the Campbelltown Catholic Club, of course. We do have a vault seat chase about to begin. So the vault tournament, of course, is that $1,250 entry with a guaranteed $150,000 for first
There's more than 9
prize.
left, that's when it really matters.
To win your way at a cheaper price point into that event, the vault seat chase is on this afternoon here at the Campbelltown Catholic Club. Also, the Beast attracted a field of 171 runners, is currently playing on the other side of the room, and offers a first prize of $20,000. Always a great tournament, the Beast. A lot of people refer to that as the redemption tournament. If you've been
Series saver.
The high roller on the last day. Great time to get some rake back.
As we see Dale going to flop top pair here in a limped pot. Looks like he is going to stab for one big blind. Maybe a little bit more. 18k. And I think he will get it through. I don't think Victor's going to defend here. No backdoor flush draw.
Pair's going to get the job done. So we are 5-handed at the moment, but only for a short moment, as we will add some new players to the table. And it wouldn't be a poker tournament in Sydney unless Mr. Chad Auerbach joins at least a winner photo, if not a feature table. I believe Chad will be making his way over here from the outlying feature tables in a short moment.
So we're going to have to put up with Chad. Great. Fantastic.
Well, this could get fun, George.
Great news for Dale.
The boys'
He's going to be
could get
sitting
fun. Yeah,
right in between. Chad on your left.
Come on, you fucking banana.
There's bound to be some banter between those two.
We had 2 big ones.
See, one raise.
As far as bringing people with a large stack to this table, no, whenever a table breaks in the outer area of the tournament, players will receive a random seat card, and they will proceed onwards to the table that they have been told to. Nobody is handpicked to come and play on the stream. As we see the man in question being brought over with his patented green sweater. Looks like he's doubling the green sweater. I think the cube is the ice cube again today.
I was wondering what he was
So
saying.
not only is he doubling the sweater, he's doubling the racks. Look at that pile of chips that he's bringing over to the feature.
That's what you are.
No, completely random though, Skeg, as you say. It's always important to randomise not only which table that we choose at the start of a table draw, we always pick that randomly, but anytime players are balanced onto the table, of course, that's done with the same integrity for the tournament. It would be pretty unfortunate if we just picked the players that we like to be on stream. It would be a total mix-up to the integrity of the game. Good Sir Des also joins us there in Twitch chat, Jordan.
Good Sir Drez, thanks for tuning in. Watching from Bondi. Man, I need to get back down to Bondi. I haven't been there for years. What's the weather like down in Bondi? I hope the swell is good at the moment. As we see, it looks like Victor is going to find an open with the Jack 10 suited here. Now, George in the small blind, probably not going to do anything with this 10-6 off, and I don't think Maha is going to do anything with the 10-3 though, so I would expect Victor just to take this one down a lot of the time. And he does.
Big folds, huh?
Adding some chips, taking him back over the 20 big blind mark.
Easy uncontested pots, that's always fun. The buy-in, Maranjam joins us. The buy-in for this event was $600.
Don't tell everyone.
$600.
Make it watch the screen anyway.
Making the largest APT main event prize pool.
Well, actually, the 2 red aces are my favourite. Yeah, my second.
And there is 113 buy-ins for first place, 68k. Not bad for a couple of days' work. Along with that, winner will receive a $1,250 entry into the Vault tournament in October and a ticket into the Tournament of Champions. While we're on the topic, second place is going to take home $47,000 and third place will take home $32,000. So that's what all of these guys are going to be thinking about. It's definitely what's on Chad's mind as we see him open the Queen 8 suited, 36k. Over to the chip leader now in seat 1. Looks like he's going to find a call with a mystery hand here.
Always a fun dynamic when the table, a new player comes to the table and says, righto, I'm here to play. Who's going to stop me?
And 2 calls.
And Gordon going to find a defend with a Jack 9 offsuit. So all of these guys have quite a few chips. Interesting to see how this one plays out.
Check. 1 check.
As we see 2 4s and a king. No good for Chad. No good for Gordon. Not quite sure what Manaha has. Looks like Chad is going to fire a continuation bet here, given that the king does favour his range. Looks like a bet of 59k. I think it's going to get it done as well. No defense from the other players. See himself sitting there with 698k, which is good for roughly 45 bigs.
Must be nice.
You can see some of the tables in the background. Field is getting smaller and smaller as we go.
St. George are about to play.
33 players remaining, as you can see in the top right of your screen.
What's that?
Big
St.
fun.
George are about to play. So Bioni, he turns his phone off.
We know where Good Sir is joining us from.
Oh, so it's not
Let
now.
us know where else you're watching. You'll find us live, of course,
Canberra
APT
and-
Live on Facebook, APT Live Reporting, and also on Twitch, twitch.tv/LCA Poker. Tom Barrow, Jordan Bromley in the booth. Happy to give a shout out for who you're cheering for. Plenty of love for in the chat. Some Dale fans coming through. They're cheering for Victor as well. Lots of folks railing their friends, family, and supporting team. Shout out to your players, just let us know. Now we've got some playability on the table. Shorter stack at the moment with 20 big blinds. Blinds currently 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000, but it's Manaha with the tower and 1.4 million, our chip leader in this table.
Stop here for a second.
There's definitely some firepower still on the outer tables. I'll bring you guys an update if we find out who has the chips on the outer tables. For now, Manaha in the lead. As you see these guys just having a double check at the tournament clock. It looks like they're trying to decipher a code there, but I think managed to figure it out.
Well, he only told us now that since you come to the table.
As Marley wants Chad to stay away from who she's supporting, so
Not today,
hopefully Victor and Chad aren't going to clash, as we see Chad is going to get straight back into it, opening the 9-8 suited from under the gun.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to fold over to Gordon here with King 6 suited.
What do you mean he didn't have much lead? He hasn't been under 400k a day. What do you mean he didn't have much lead?
He's going to decide against it.
The David chip
Oh, not when we sat here anyway.
Not when I sat here.
Now over to the man in question. Victor looks like he is putting chips out. With Ace Jack O. Does find the call, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Ace Jack v 9-8.
It's a fair fight, we'll allow it.
As we see just ace high for Victor. There's 9 high for Chad. Chad does have the betting lead and quite a number of backdoors here. Definitely there's a potential for some money to go in here from Chad. 6 on the turn, a 10 on the turn, a jack on the turn will give him more outs. Victor's not going to let it happen though, does decide to just fold.
Chad with the stare down, gets the job done.
The scary stare from Chad. You see that he's already been very active at this table.
Tony Schloman there on the rail earlier this week.
30-second shot clock.
Is that Jerry Wang again?
It is. Welcome back to the table, Jerry Wang, who is petitioning APT to please bring back player of the series because he continues to run deep.
I've heard people joking about Sun Runners, but this is a bit ridiculous. This guy has had chips, ridiculous amounts of chips in every single tournament so far this series. He won the Players' Championships. He ran very deep in the grind yesterday, and now he's sitting here with almost 40 big blinds in this. Leave some money for everybody else, mate. It's crazy. As we see George opening the Ace Queen O to 35k.
Here he continues his performance. He's on track for a 6-figure score. A 6-figure week, just at the APT.
Looks like it's going to fold around to Chad in the big blind. Reaching for defending chips.
Heads up.
He's going to put in a call, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Jack 7 versus Ace Queen. You see the King 5-5 board. Ace high for George. Just Jack high and a backdoor flush draw for Chad. Don't think he's going to be defending this too much, but George does check back. As you see the Queen of Clubs, that's a huge turn for Chad, giving him a flush draw. And middle pair for George. Definitely think George is going to be putting some chips in here. Looks like he's going to bet somewhere in the vicinity of 35k. Does bet 35k. Quick call from Chad. Don't think he's doing anything other than calling. There's 170k in the middle now. And that is the 6 of clubs, so Chad does find the backdoor flush. George with just a pair of queens and a pair of 5s, and Chad looks like he's going to find a donk here. Blocks of hands like Jack 10. So bluffs that he can have when he does this are hands like Jack 10. He can have hands like Ace 10. He can also have flushes.
Love this sizing, 113,000. He's going to get
And
paid.
he does get a flick in from George. Gonna see the bad news, as Chad is going to take quite a lot of chips down there, pushing himself close to 1 million chips, I would think.
Great sizing on that river, right?
950k. It's a great size, yeah.
Nice sizing.
Especially with the best queen there. I don't think George can do anything than just, unfortunately, cycle. See the bad news. You see, Chad has basically doubled his stack sets coming to the table.
3 from 3. You're gonna settle down
Now
now?
chilling around that 957k mark.
Nice hand, bro.
Yes, Skank letting us know that, go Jerry, you've got to be tired after the grind. Now this, you'd think the fatigue is going to have to kick in at some point, but given that he continues to have big, deep cashing out scores, I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, it's been a pretty huge few days for him.
I don't have a great deal of sympathy for him being tired because he's won so much.
35,000.
You can cry into his bundles of money for all I care. As we see Mana opening the King Jack O. 35k.
6 folds.
Folds around to Chad. 8 deuce, not going to find a defend here. And I don't know whether Jerry will defend the King 5 either. Though he has found relatively wide big blind defense in the past. And it looks like I'm wrong once again. Does find the call. Don't try this at home, kids. Definitely not what the pros would recommend.
We talk about over-defending those big blinds based on the fact you've got a big blind ante in there and it feels like you put it in twice. This is definitely an over-defend.
As we see Manaha with an open-ender and a backdoor king-high flush draw. Definitely his flop here. He's going to find a bet of around 25k. No, reaches for a little bit more. 40k. Roughly half pot. Jerry with just king high. No backup really in this spot. Is just going to let this one go. Manaha picking up another pot, taking his stack up to the 1.5 million mark, almost 100 big blinds.
Players dropping around the room as we move closer towards our final table. As ICM jobs, not significant really at the moment. No one's really playing for the ladders. We're looking
Seat 1 raise,
players at the moment.
35,000.
Next ladder is 31.
5 folds, 6 folds.
We go from paying 16.50 to paying 21.50.
Just see Manaha getting amongst it with the Queen 9-0. This one's a wide open. He's got the chips, doesn't really care. George going to find a defend with King 9, so dominates him at the moment. Off to a flop we go. Ten 7-4, that misses everyone. Both players with some backdoor stuff going on, but still got to be a little bit worried that you only have
One check.
King and Queen high. George does check, Manaha with a check back. Deuces spades on the turn. Manaha the only one with a spade, but King high still ahead. It looks like George thinks he could be in front, decides to stab out at it. 40k. A little under half pot. And Manaha gets out of the way, so George got to take advantage of that situation and rake in some chips there. Take himself up to around 570k. As we see, Victor is the current table short stack with just 17 bigs.
lowest point was of this tournament? Do you know what my lowest point of this tournament was? 30k. Starting stats.
You as well?
I haven't had under 30k this tournament. Won the very first game and just chipped up.
So that next jump throw, folks, of course, from 1650 to 1850. It's a $200 jump.
I disagree.
And then 300 going up to 2150. We'll see players start to push on through, and it's important at this level of the tournament, we're out there making sure we're playing for the win. We're not looking for a $200 ladder, we're looking to stick around and make sure we're taking home 4 if not 5 figures. And hopefully all the figures, all 68,000 of them.
Looks like that's the plan that Chad has, finding the open with a 7-8-0 from the cutoff. Holds around to the table captain. Anaha with the Jack-5 suited, definitely a defendable hand. Looks like he knows that. He's going to put in the defend. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here.
Heads up.
See, Queen 7-6. So Chad does take the lead with a pair of 7s. Just Jack high for Manaha. Looks like Manaha doesn't really care. He's gonna stab at a bet of 45k. Not really sure what he's trying to achieve here, but Chad's not going anywhere. He's gonna quickly call.
Chad knows this, he's not going to be going anywhere at all.
King on the turn, so another over to Chad's hand. Has to be a little bit worried about a hand maybe like the King Queen O. Maybe King 10 of spades, King Jack of spades. Anaha with a check this time. Chad decides enough funny business, time to take this one down myself. Reaching for the blue chips, looks like a bet of around 115k.
140.
Even larger, 140k. Almost full pot on the turn. It is a very wet board. 2 flush draws, multiple straight draws out there, so definitely a lot of hands he wants to deny equity from. He does get the job done. Over 1.1 million now for Chad.
Had enough of being in winner photos that don't belong to him. Chad's decided that's it, I'm taking this tournament home with me. Now these players bust out and we do continue to balance tables. It'll be interesting to see if there's someone who can push back with the new aggression that Chad has brought to the table.
Unless everyone folds quickly.
Unless everyone's really super fast, yeah.
It's like Victor here hasn't quite acted. They able to fold out a turn. Victor with ace queen, definitely think he's going to be at least raising here. Looks like he's putting a bet out there of 35k.
6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Everyone's folding out a turn. What's going on?
36k, sorry. Folded around to Manaha. A6 offsuit in the small blind. Probably not going to be finding a defend with this one, in my opinion. Just a little bit too wide. Doesn't care what I think though. Decides to defend.
2 folds.
Gonna go heads up here. Manaha in very rough shape. Just 14% to win this hand. So we see King 4-4. That misses both players. Victor's still ahead with ace queen high. It does bring a king as an out for Manaha. If he's able to find one of those, he will be able to chop this hand. Giving it some thought, wonder whether or not he's going to donk this flop once again like he did in the previous hand against Chad. Definitely thinking it through. You have to wonder what he does any 4s in his hand, given the call from the small blind. He does check. What I mean by that is he going to call a hand like 5-4 suited from the small blind, ace-4 suited? As we just got a quick pause in the stream. We're just working to fix that for you guys. Won't be a second. Looks like Victor is going to continue for 52k. Now this is the issue that you find yourself in with ace high. Can call here, but it's probably not recommended, and he does fold. Victor's going to pick up a nice pot. Taking himself back over the 20 big blind mark.
They're going up on me.
10, 20, 20.
Try to get everyone
And with a
fold
small
fast.
sample size, maximum table aggression frequency, but again, we've only seen him on the table for 4 hands.
The dealer wasn't having it though. Just me ace queen. What do you do?
Paul's in the chat letting us know that chat looks like Dennis from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
10, 20 now.
I'm not too sure how
Always blame
complimentary
someone.
that is,
You
but I
blame the
suppose
dealer or-
at least he doesn't
Never
look
me.
like Frank.
Another 20.
I swear I put
6 folds.
I must have counted it and took it back.
7 folds.
You see Jerry here, fresh to the table, the fun and open.
That's good, I got third.
Seat 8 race. 45.
Eventually, took a while trying to get the chips out there. You'd think he'd be good at that by now.
He's good at taking chips in. He's had lots and lots of practice over there the last few days.
Not a glitch.
Don't think he's going to get much defense here. Don't think Victor is going to defend the king 4 offsuit. It's probably a little bit too wide.
You got heaps, eh? Yeah.
Does eventually fold. I got one right. Yeah, go me.
Yeah, I don't think you're making a move there. I think the call's fishy from me.
There have been some less than conventional plays in the last few days. Jordan, it's been interesting trying to make some predictions as to this is definitely what this player is going to do in this spot. Oh no, they appear to have done the opposite of that. That's exactly why live poker is so much fun. We always say it's an easy game with the whole cards face up, being the armchair experts in the booth, but it's not even easy at that sometimes.
7 folds.
And I keep finding myself thinking what the player is going to do and then eventually being wrong. Thank goodness I haven't been playing. I've busted every tournament hand 1. As we see George with the Jack-9 suited, opening from the hijack.
20 now. 9 race. 40,000.
Gordon, though, with ace-queen, definitely think he's going to be putting chips in one way or another here.
I don't think we're too worried about Victor in the small blind, but Gordon reaches for raising chips.
Now 96,000.
Looks like he is going to raise it up to 96k.
96.
That's enough. George puts him in the muck. Gordon takes the pot in uncontested.
Fucking on now, Georgie.
Huh?
Greg's coming in now, we're on.
Oh no.
Now we're on.
See Chad still around that 1.1 million mark. Manaha with a 1.3 million.
Not Jeffrey.
Between Greg and I, we probably won you about $300,000 over the years, mate.
George is a table dealer.
That's the trick.
We could be in for a very fast tournament if George's performance from yesterday continues. He's able to do 2 sets of quads in the first level. One of those quads being on the board, so it's a little less exciting. but some monster hands coming out of George yesterday, including second nut straight v middle set v nut flush draw, which turned into a ribbon quads.
Welcome.
Alan Cassis spin up a big stack and run deep into the Rukakis Players Championships yesterday. Unfortunately finishing in 8th place. Good spin up from Alan, no less.
No, I agree.
You're good?
Where are you from?
Fanatical, bro.
Yeah.
Fanatical. Absolutely. Crazy. How good are we going, huh? It's like a dream, isn't it? Isn't it? It feels weird.
Sorry for the dealer.
What?
Unfolds.
It wouldn't be George unless there was
we're going to
a
wake up
sorry.
soon.
I'm sorry for the multiple sets of quads that he was dropping yesterday.
No
Yeah,
See
right
Gordon
on
here.
bro.
Very happy to see the new dealer waking up
play
with
the Tigers.
aces off the back of his ace queen from the previous
They did
hand.
themselves.
Looks like a raise to 41k as we see the blinds have increased to 10k, 20k.
41. Fold.
A little bit more shallow across the board.
Folds. Folds.
He's going to fold around to Chad in the big blind. Definitely think he's going to be defending the 7-5 suited.
41 Chad.
Almost as good as the 5-3, Jordan.
Almost. Definitely not quite.
You'd have a good crack, bro. Better than Brooksy.
As we're going to see a flop here.
Bet you wouldn't.
Heads up.
Definitely a hand that can put aces into pretty gross spots, given the right runouts. As that is not the runout that is going to give aces a hard time, but it does give Chad a pair and a backdoor flush draw. Check, check on the flop from Gordon. Jack on the turn. Backdoor flush draw does come into play, but it's not a backdoor flush draw that Chad has. Chad not going to fall for the flop check though. Looks like he is going to let Gordon fire out on the turn. 42k.
Brothers from different mothers, maybe. Yeah. My dad's a Manly supporter as well. Crazy man. Yeah.
It does decide against defending and a very disciplined fold there.
Very disciplined.
And gets to see the aces. Knew there was something fishy going on with that flop check.
Terrible time to be facing up our cards. Your opponent's already sniffed out something. Don't convince him that he's got a good nose.
Small blind, big blind, thank you.
It's so good when the Tigers play at the start of the week. They don't have to worry about football again for the rest of the weekend. Like when they play on a Thursday and Friday. They don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. 2020, 31 players remaining here. We played down to a winner this evening. Plenty of talent on the outlying tables as well. We'll give you some updates on the runners and riders not too far away.
One folds. Three folds. Five folds.
You see it fold around a Dale here.
Folds, no business.
Looks like Chad's going to give Jerry a walk.
Generous of him.
Okay.
What a nice guy.
Victor now shorting our stack, 15 big blinds. It's not immediate danger zone, but we're starting to feel like there's some pressure being applied.
Big blind, please. Zip.
One double, problem solved. Table is in a pretty tough spot.
Thanks, banana.
With both Dale and Chad on his immediate left, and now Jerry heading to the left of him as well. It's going to be hard for him to steal too many pots.
Michelle will be proud of me.
He cannot.
She would be. True.
Let that stack blind down through.
Looks like he's going to give it a go here. Pocket threes. Chad with a 3 as well, just not quite the same.
Then it's on.
Oh, that's 6. Yep, sorry. 6. 7 folds.
He's going to fold around to George.
800 subhand is roughly. Yeah, about 800.
Jerry's got plans.
Maybe Jerry is going to put in some chips here with the ace-9 suited. He definitely loves these types of hands, as we saw from the previous few tables, and it looks like a raise up to 140k.
140. And folds.
And Dale does realise that Chad folded a 3, so he decides against the call.
There's no point if you can't flop quads.
Oh, exactly. We see how often these guys are showing their hands down. Jerry not giving any info, and Victor not giving any info either. Get pretty snug here.
I should have 3-bet 3 that hand.
Yeah, just letting him know, you're going to open light on me. This'll do. Suited ace, whack. Fortunately, those continued whacks are going to potentially give him in a world of trouble when someone wakes up with much better holdings.
You're right. I was small blind.
Or min opens their very strong holdings. Nothing seems to have stopped Jerry thus far, however. This week he has been truly unstoppable. He's taken that excellent poker strategy of just having the best hand when it's needed.
It's easy when you've got the best hand all the time.
Yeah.
Chad's learning about that now. As you see Dale opening the Queen Jack suited, but Chad does dominate him with King Queen. Looks like he knows that. Puts in the raise to 113k.
117.
118k, sorry. I'll get it right eventually. 117. As Manahars woke up with aces.
Oh.
Now, guys, this is how you accumulate a chip lead in a tournament. Wake up with aces in spots like this. As we see him already know what his cards were and then check his cards once again. Probably giving away a little bit of info regarding the strength of his hand there. Wonder whether or not Chad and Dale have picked up on that, but it looks like he's not going to choose a small size. It's going to be around 350k.
Re-raise to
325k. Very big 4-bet. Definitely would have liked to have seen something more along the lines of 250 or 260.
You're letting your opponents get away for free here.
Yeah, Chad's not going to be doing anything with this King Queen O, I don't think, and he does put it in the bin.
Leaving money on the table. We're quite happy to go to flops. We don't love going multi-way with aces, but we don't hate it either. We certainly don't want to be chasing them away.
Small blind, sir.
We also have 30 minutes late registration on the $200 Super Freeze.
We're very happy to go heads up to it. Take it to the streets with our aces. Manahar, just don't even bother dealing anymore. I'll just take what's in the middle now.
This is day 9. This is the last day of this Australian Poker Tour.
Thank God I get some fucking sleep and go to work.
Down to 21
5 folds.
We'll give you a flat.
27 players.
Action, you Dale.
27 players.
Looks like Dale's considering an open again. Not this time.
58 players remain in the big.
Chad not going to take the Jack Deuce offsuit either.
Deuce to 7, Super Freeze.
Going to fold around to Manahar in the small blind.
Deuce to 7, single draw. $300 buy-in. Unlimited re-entries until we get 11-12.
Does open. I think Gordon will be defending. Just decides to limp.
C3 opens to 7.
Gordon now with A7 raising to 70k. Manahar with the mystery hand. Looks like he's going to find the call.
Heads up.
As we see Jack 5-4.
Check. Yeah, positional raise. Want to see bets here from Gordon. I'm going to tell a story. We're going to keep that pressure applied.
Three makes it 85k.
$85,000. Not thrilled with the size of Jordan. What's your thoughts?
85k. I mean, it's really similar to the size that he made at pre-flop, but looks like it works for him in this occasion. Gonna get the job done.
Wild shot. 27.
27 left, is it?
As we can see, the number in the top right of our screen continues falling now at 27.
6 folds.
Jerry's turn to wake up with a monster. Pocket kings.
Oh, George with nines.
Definitely going to see some action here. As George just has 23 big blinds.
40k.
So I wonder whether or not he's been watching Jerry and how active he was in the previous few tournaments. Definitely not a good time for him to try and push him out of this pot with a raise. Looks like he is going to reach for the blue chips. He is going to raise to 105k.
1 folds, 3 folds.
Jerry is just going to be absolutely stoked to be seeing that. I think there's only one thing that Jerry is going to be doing here, and I think the way he played in the previous few days, he's just going to be jamming. Could make an argument for just calling, setting the trap. Don't know if that's something that he's going to be doing on this occasion. Let's look at the tournament clock.
Like we said, it's just better to have it.
And the cyclone is about to get underway.
He's going to count his chips out. Figure out what the best decision is. And there he said the magic words, all in announced. And George is in a pretty rough spot here. 9s for 23 big blinds. Gonna give this one quite a little bit of thought. Has to think what hands Jerry is going to be jamming here that he's in pretty good shape against. Is he going to be doing this with 8s? Is he going to be doing this with 7s? He's definitely probably going to be doing this with ace-king, maybe even ace-queen. So you have to have those ones in your head, but he's going to have 10s, he's going to have jacks, will have queens, may not have aces, that may flat pre. Don't know if he's ever going to be using hands like ace-5 suited or ace-4 suited in this spot. So when you think of it like that, there's not really many hands that you're doing really well against. 9s kind of feels like a pretty rough one. Got to think about your current chip stack in the tournament, the longevity you have in the tournament, what you'll have if you win this pot, what you have if you fold now, and he does fold now. Jerry's going to pick up a nice pot. See Jerry pushing up to 844k, and with that George falls below 20 big blinds, 370. But he made the correct decision. Very disciplined fold.
Where did I miss? Small blind, big blind. Not much.
Very happy either way.
All in, fold.
Once he fades a snap, he knows he's not against aces. He's happy with the call.
Big blind barrel, thank you.
He's still happy to scoop in a nice big uncontested pot. Sure, he'd be a lot happier with a full double.
Not to be this time, however.
Show cards in the reader, please. In the reader.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh well.
Thank you.
So
folds.
Thank you. Wait.
Put him in.
See, Jerry's time to have 9s.
Conflict again. George with the ace-jack.
Wonder whether or not George is going to decide to just jam this one. 18 bigs.
Nine calls.
I think he's just going to call. Not sure if I like this call.
1 folds, 3 folds. 5, 6.
Holds around a Dale on the big blind and decides against defending the 10-5 suited.
People left it.
So we're going to go...
More here, Jordan.
As people left.
What was that, sorry?
More call now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
What do we prefer more than
I think the
calling
aircon
here?
like goes on and then it's on the timer.
Close to folding or ripping.
There are more people in the room.
I'm not entirely sure around the 18 big blind mark. I'm not I'm not as up to tune with my ranges at the moment, unfortunately, but I know that finding a call here probably isn't going to be advocated for.
Just puts us in spots like this where we don't like our flop texture and we don't like the bet that we're about to face, and now
Looks like
we're
he is
just
going to float.
Alright,
2 overs.
Cyclone is underway.
Watching the stream.
Manages to find one on the turn. Lucky break there for George.
We are
he was
underway.
doing the whole time.
The one in the hand now.
Yeah. Yes.
Looks like it's going to go check on the turn here. George setting the trap.
I'm serious. In
Top
hand.
2 on the river now for George.
Oh,
Front door flush draw does brick.
No, I switch on for the hand and then
After he checks the turn, maybe Jerry's going to think that George was on a flush draw himself here. Jerry is going to stab out here. Looks like a tiny bet of around 40k, 20k, one big blind. Wonder whether or not he's trying to induce a hand like 7-8 of spades to potentially jam here. We know that George is probably going to jam. We just don't think it's going to be with a brick draw. He does have the best hand here, and looks like he's going to raise it up to 125k.
A little posturing, but the 125 goes in the middle.
125.
And we've seen Jerry get a little bit curious in hands like this. Consider putting in the call in spots that don't really make any sense, and we instantly see him start thinking this one through. But I wonder what hands George is going to have that's probably going to call next to act, and then check the turn. You can definitely have a hand like Jack 10. You can have a lot of brick flush draws though. 7-8 of spades, 9-8 of spades, Queen 9 of spades. King Queen of spades makes the nuts on the river. So definitely don't want to be thinking about that one. Don't think he will be flatting a hand like 5-4 suited in middle position. It's probably a little bit too ambitious. And I think that would have raised the flop anyway, given it's an open-ended straight flush draw.
We'll just check turn, might get him paid.
Yeah, I think it might even get a crying call from Jerry here. Jerry doesn't have the 9 of spades in his hand. So, as you kids know, it unblocks a lot of the combos that George can have. Don't check your cards again, George. Oh, that's not good. Typically when people check their cards again on the turn here, it means that they are double checking that they do have value. They do have the best hand. And I think Jerry is going to figure this one out eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does decide on a fold. Sit there stoically, don't change the way you're posturing. Instantly people will start looking into that. Double checking his hands a second time probably was the difference between him getting another 105k out of Jerry and Jerry finding the fold.
Small blind dial, big blind check.
Either to induce a spaz or just to get the showdown.
He's going to take him back near that 30 big blind mark though, so definitely a nice pot for him to pick up there. Thank you for the nice words with Sir Drez in the Twitch chat. Appreciate you tuning in for all of the streams this week.
I don't think he misclicks.
Looking forward to having you as part of the audience for the future.
Think about what you said at the start.
You will find us live on Facebook at APT Live Reporting, and also Twitch, twitch.tv/LCA Poker. It's Tom Bauer and Jordan Bromley in the commentary booth, bringing all the action of the Maddocks Mindset main event home as we play down to a winner. Happy to answer your questions in either Twitch or Facebook chat. We'll give a shout out to who you're cheering for at home. Just fire those in there for us.
Makes it 40, 9 folds.
We're watching the same stream you're watching, so we share the same journey that you are on as well.
See Jerry now, his turn to have the ace-jack. Manaha with aces again.
We told you, George. Good deal action.
He's upgraded to Darth Sidious aces with the hoodie coming out. Looks like he's going to find a raise here. Looks like he's going to raise it up to 120k. 3 times the open.
Makes it 96.
Or maybe a little bit less than that, sorry. It looks like a different amount. 96k, so just 2.4x the open. Chad with the king-jack offsuit. Don't think he can do anything here. Does fold. And now Jerry facing this tiny raise. Wonder whether or not something is up with this size. You may be thinking that he doesn't think that he can fold versus this tiny 3-bet size. Giving it some thought, as he always does. Shout out from Frederick in the chat. Cheering on Chad.
Throw it if you want.
Definitely some Chad fanboys in the chat. As we see...
C Murder's gonna ship it.
I don't know how much to say.
See Jerry finding the fold with the ace-jack. D-Murder. That one
Well, I've
before.
not heard Chad referred to as C Murder, but we're going to assume that's for your thing, Daniel.
Is that what he does to people's ears when he tells them bad beat stories? Does he murder them?
Maybe C Murder for all the cameras, because he's always in a rail photo in a Sydney poker tournament. I almost think you have a poker tournament in Sydney and you don't have a Chad in your rail photo. Did you even have a poker tournament at all?
Yeah, he can't, so he definitely likes to be around people who can win.
Yes, Chad, plenty of love for you and plenty of talent as well.
5 folds, 6 folds.
Definitely a fun player to watch. Looks like he's going to mix it up here. Going to find a limp blind be blind with the ace-7 suited. Jerry now just over 30 bigs with the 5-deuce-0. Chatting the other day about bottom of range hands that might function well as a raise. He elects against it. He's going to see a flop, 60k in the middle.
Both players pair up.
Pretty rough news for Jerry. Does find bottom pair and a limp pot, but Chad with middle pair. Check, check. Turn is a 9. No flush draw for either player.
Club draws come live.
7 checks. 8 checks.
Chad once again checking. Jerry once again checking back. A 3 on the river doesn't change anything either. Looks like Chad is going to go for very thin value from a hand like 4-3, 4-deuce, 5-deuce. Looks like he's going to fire for 42k. 48k, sorry. 75% the size of the pot.
I'm actually a fan of this size here again. As
Can definitely look like a hand like King 5, King 6, Queen 6. Just high cards. Didn't connect with the board at all. Looking to try and steal it away. Wonder whether or not this is going to pique Jerry's interest here. Does have bottom pair. Check the whole way. Found quite a lot of weakness.
Also seeing Chad make plenty of moves on the table thus far.
Yeah, Chad definitely capable of doing something like this with a hand like King 8. Looks like Jerry's not going to find the call. Nice pot there for Chad.
Not a chance. Tom wouldn't do me like that anyway.
Get some chips without going to showdown. For those stats that you see pop up on the screen every once in a while.
Favourite way to get him. Victor Drobel, our shortest stack on the table with 12 big blinds. Still not immediate danger zone, but is going to start hunting for hands very soon.
Alrighty, Sydney. We got the Cyclone, it's $1,100 buy-in. This thing goes nuts in Queensland. We've got New South Wales, we're going to pick it up. So I'm going to run a flip. $120, 1 out of 10, get yourself an entry into the Cyclone. It's got a beautiful throw too. If you are interested in jumping in this flip, throw a hand there and wave around like you just don't care. I'll come collect the money.
Action on one.
Looks like Manaha is going to open the King 10 here.
2 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Pulled it around to George with Jack 5, not going to defend.
Sorry. Small blind, big blind, thank you.
Oh, what a ball. Who's that? 80? Newcastle just scored, kicked the goal, 14-0. And they're on a roll as well.
around the back, off right time. They're in again. Yeah, guy. So typically rated, dark.
100%. My brother goes for the Raiders as well.
27 players remaining now.
So many injuries in the Knights.
We'll move closer to our 3 tables.
Put your cards in the reader, sir.
Victor now with King Queen.
We've got Mr. Granby and Minka.
Definitely going to want to at least find an open. May even consider just jamming here.
Straight in this flip. So if you do
Both
want
bigs, definitely a jammable hand.
the flip is here. It's going to be the best time of your win.
Looks like he is just going to raise instead. 44k.
Jump in, there's 6 spots remain, guys.
7
Get yourself a trophy for the Cyclone.
8 folds.
Order to George in the small blind with Jack 9 suited. Like considering appeal, decides against it. Manaha with the 7-8 offsuit. Definitely wouldn't hate to defend with this hand. We're just going to double check how much Victor is starting with. Does defend. Heads up to a flop we go. Victor just with 10 big blinds behind.
Heads up.
Almost 5 big blinds in the middle. As we see the 8-6-4, we've got a gut shot for Manaha, just king high. Victor, backdoor flush draw though. Difficult to realise the equity with a backdoor flush draw of 10 bigs. Flop does go check check. Look at, is a 5, giving Manaha the nuts. It's a huge turn for Manaha. Wonder whether or not he's going to try and trap twice here. Looks like he is going to reach for chips. Don't bet too big, you're still trying to get value. Looks like he bets 45k and gets a bit of a shrug.
I don't even know what to size now.
Even he puts his head down going, no, just call anything. But shows the straight off. Now,
There's only what?
I mean, there's novelty.
I don't know
but
how to
don't
size
need
now.
to show
Like,
it.
I'm not getting called on anything.
What did you have there?
Definitely feels like a pretty fun atmosphere between all these players. The mood's pretty high.
On the turn.
Nothing wrong with keeping the banter going, showing a couple of cards every now and then. No, you dislike it, but sometimes keep you awake.
Small blind, thank you.
We've got a shout out for the dealer from Miguel. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Courtney tuning on Chad. Lots of Chad fanboys and girls in the chat.
Next time, fold 3.
No,
you have
People's
this,
champion.
Action on 5.
If I squeeze, you fold.
I showed one hand for a
See
while.
Victor now with the ace queen O. Definitely should just be jamming this one.
There you go, all off to war.
Yep. Don't think about raising, just jam. We got 10 bigs. Yep, does jam all in. Looks like Chad with 8s is going to definitely consider calling this one. 10 bigs.
How many ISOs does Chad have here?
How many ISOs? Definitely. I don't know whether or not he will, given that he still has a couple of stacks behind him that can put some pressure on him. Maybe even finding a flat here would be better. If you jam and then get stacked by Manaha, it's a pretty brutal time.
209.
It's not fun.
Got 800k, so 40 big blinds could definitely consider ISOing. Look very, very strong. Players behind will only really be able to do anything with the top 3% of hands. That ace, king, aces, kings, maybe queens. Jacks would be in a world of pain. And 10s would probably just be a snap fold. It's reaching for chips.
Alrighty guys, 4 spots available.
Giving it quite a bit of thought here.
The last tournament of the tour, it is the Cyclone.
As we see, Jerry does have one of his outs already dead. Chad, deciding to pass up on this one.
Sniffing out some strength from his opponents around him, or just decide, you know what, nah, happy to keep him short.
6-7.
You can't call, sir.
Manaha with the backer on, perfect, a natural 9 no less.
One
Let
fold.
it go, but Gordon, ace-4 suited.
200.
I don't think Gordon's going to be putting in anything with ace-4 suited. 10 bigs is probably a little bit too much. And like ace-8 suited, ace-9 suited maybe, given that you can still be flipping against 5s and 6s, but ace-4 is just not going to be good enough on this occasion.
What'd you have?
I still had connected. Big blind plays Victor.
Jam or fold there?
You see Manaha still with 1.6 million, 80 big blinds, most at this table for now. Looks like he's going to be asked to buy up the yellow chips.
I needed to chip up there.
Anthony.
Yes, Stephen?
Big blind, thank you.
Thank you.
Your name was Matthew.
I'll take one more 60.
We'll go with whatever.
ED's always doing a fantastic job here at the Australian Poker Tour. Shout out to them. Thank you for the amazing work you guys do.
Seth Rogen.
One of the best in the business.
Andrew Zhang in the chat. Go Chad. See you watching, Andrew.
On your shot. All folded? Yes, all folded.
Manaha has had aces like 3 times in the last 4 orbits, and now he's got ace king.
Boring if he gets the same hand every time. He's decided to go with, the 4th best starting as opposed to the 1st best.
Looks like he is going to find an open to 40k here. I lied, 45k.
Folds.
Generous enough to even go offsuit.
45, yeah, 45.
Let the rest of the table have a chance.
5 folds.
Hey. I was going to crack you though. Should have just limped in. Let me see if
Looks like he's going to get it straight through. No defense from the 7-8-0 from Victor.
Smart with this. I think I got 3-4, but.
Alright, we've got players with 1 minute remains in the King's Card Super Freeze. Then we'll be taking a 10-minute break. After the 10-minute break is complete.
Thanks for tuning in wherever you guys are at the moment, guys. Really appreciate all you guys watching over the last few days. We've had a few awesome days of coverage. Goliath all the way through the Players Champs, the grind, and now the main event. Biggest main event in APT history, $68,000 up grabs for the winner today.
7 folds.
You can see it folded over to Jerry with the ace 3-0.
1,000 chips they are.
A little bit short to do anything with that one. Does decide against it. George with Queen 5 thinks similar. Manaha with the 6-4 suited. He's been pretty active. Wonder whether or not he's going to put this one into his repertoire as well. It wouldn't be the best timing though, given Gordon's woken up with queens. And it is on the queens now. Victor needs to be careful here. He does have 10 big blinds and ace 7. He's going to be running into it, literally and metaphorically here.
2 opens to 41.
Gordon does open to 41k. Victor now with ace 7.
5 folds. 41.
Looks like he doesn't jam. Definitely probably feel that's a pretty clear jam, but he decides against it. Dale going to put in the call.
Heads up.
Get out of the way.
So we're going to see a heads up flop between these two.
You haven't done me one
Top
win.
set for queens, but it is a pretty dynamic board. Dale with a gut shot.
Checks.
May not feel very comfortable about it though, because he would be destroyed by a king on a 10 turn. Gordon did check back top set before against Chad. Doesn't elect to do it this time. Looks like he's going to put a pretty hefty bet out there.
2 makes it
62k.
Now 2,000, 4,000.
61k, sorry.
The end of this.
Yeah, I don't think Dale is going to be defending for a gutter, especially when Ace King and King Queen and King Jack have him in such rough shape. Though I have been wrong before, and I wonder if I'm going to continue to be wrong.
This is posturing. This is posturing. This is not defending. There may be some thought process about a re-raise.
He does block hands like 10-8, but decides against doing anything. Does get out of the way. Top set will take it down. Gordon doesn't show his hand this time. You'll be happy with that, won't you, Tom?
Alright guys, new dealer.
Much
happier. As we see Victor still at the table short stack, just 10 big blinds. You can see the number in the top right of the screen says that 27 players are left. I can confirm that is falling at a rate of knots at the moment.
What's he got? 1.3 or 1.4?
On the outlying tables, we are collapsing in and breaking again. You'll see that number's going to come down to 23, and then
take your photo now.
Heading towards 20 players actually remaining.
I know.
3 tables, back down to 2 before too long. And then, of course, we're playing tonight down to a winner as we approach our final table here. Maddocks Mindset main event.
But I've still got fucking 5 of Sean, mate. He's still flying, so.
Good luck, players.
APT returns to Queensland for the next destination.
I understand it's going to be at the Southport Sharks from May 20th to the 28th. And from what I understand, Tom, the first flight of the Vault is going to be being held at that series. Is that correct?
That is my understanding indeed. The first flight of the Vault tournament. So that $1,250 tourney, which has a guaranteed $150,000 first prize. It's going to be a must play on the Australian poker circuit. Play flight 1 on the Gold Coast leg. You can play another flight in the Brisbane leg in September. And then 4 flights at the Bankstown Sports Club in October to generate that enormous prize pool. It's not a bad ROI, $1,250 in and at least $150,000 out, as well as $25,000 Drakakis APT bracelet. We'll come back to the action, we'll talk about that bracelet here.
Yeah, as we saw, Jerry decided to limp the 5s under the gun. He hasn't really limped at any point over the last 3 days that I've seen him on stream, but he decided to go for it this time, and now he's going to be put in a spot. Victor jamming less than 10 big blinds with ace queen. As we can see, the blinds have increased to 12k, 24k. Jerry probably wondering he may need to call this off for 9 bigs. It looks like he does put the chips in, and we're going to run it. Not quite a classic flip, but a flip nonetheless. As we can see that Victor is in pretty rough shape here, having a lot of aces and queens folded pre-flop. There was a 5 folded as well. So we can see gives Jerry a few more outs. And that is one of them.
Ace high straight.
We're going to find a full double, making the nuts on the turn. He's going to take himself way up to 19 big blinds.
You can win sometimes with ace queen.
3 players hovering around the 19 and Jerry.
We're not coming back this year, we're winning it.
Big blinds now.
209.
Just like me.
So yes, Jordan, today we got to see the APT bracelets made by the team at Drakakis Jewellery. That bracelet valued at $25,000, and it is bling. Black diamonds, gold bracelet, diamonds, stones and jewels.
Okay.
There's a piece of merch. And that is on top of the prize pool. Hasn't come out. That's just a bonus for the winner to take on top. So the Vault tourney, $150,000 guaranteed for first, and that bracelet as well.
Definitely sounds like a must-play tournament.
No.
No doubt the prize is going to be ridiculous in addition to that first place prize. Players going to be coming from all over to fire that one.
Somehow we missed a Daniel O'Connor comment there, Jordan, with C booking. Big fan of the Chad names coming through. We've got the C Murder and now C Boogie.
Let's go, Chunga.
I'm sure one of these is going to stick eventually. It's King 10, blind on blind versus Jerry's Queen 10. We're going to get some fireworks.
Did you have aces? Oh, because I just heard about fucking Sean with aces.
7 raise.
As we suspected, that number of players remaining comes crumbling down. 23 players now.
Looks like Jerry is going to at least put in a defend here. Might even be counting out his stack to see whether or not he's going to be jamming 16 bigs.
Looks like
he is going to be jamming. And Chad with King 10, this may be close blind be blind. King 10 suited's probably almost a snap. King 10 offsuit's going to be deliberating this one for quite a while. Blind be blind, such an interesting part of tournament play. Already put in 68k here.
Is it a long break?
416k total, so you're looking at roughly 350 more. It's quite a large chunk of his 750k stack.
In the fucking bin.
Double check the clock. You can see that he is a 70% favourite to scoop this one if he does find the call.
Nah, sure.
It's a pretty tough call to make.
He's up 4 million now.
You can see
He got a full
quite a lot of hair being displayed.
Manaha stepping right in front of the camera.
Must have been something.
He's got all the chips, but he wants to hog all the camera time as well. It's a bit selfish. Chad's giving this quite a lot of thought here. Does decide on a fold in the end. Jerry's going to pick up a nice pot there.
Did you show?
Blinds, please.
I folded a suited ace.
Big players in the flip for the Cyclone. It is all sold out.
Ace 5. Ace 5. Josh. Yeah, I fold. That's why, yeah. No point opening.
To return from the ATM. And then I'll do the flip.
The other guy next to you.
Right here.
Don't hate our fold here, George.
His eyes, that's
King 10-0 is not what he wants to be looking at. The spot that he just doesn't want to be.
One fold, two fold.
And I think Chad knows that he's going to be able to make or find better spots on the table.
All the players in the Super Freeze. This
But he
is
knows
your
how damn
92nd
close it is, which is
call.
why it takes him that bit of time to work out.
Raise 55,000.
Dale now, 26 bigs, ace king O. Looks like he's going to find an open to 55k. George with ace king suited. I think the biscuit's going to be going in here for sure.
Ace king v ace king and one player with the heart free roll. That, of course. Two flushes to go for.
All in and a
All
fold.
in call, Josh.
Kings.
It is an all in a call. Same hand though.
Fucking free roll.
I can't quite believe it. He's straight up and walking around.
You could fold ace kings.
Not like
See,
this.
there is a slight advantage for the ace king of hearts.
Wow.
So diamonds is the one with the 5% free roll. Not to be on the turn though, these guys are going to chop it all up.
Don't give me ace queen.
Imagine it ran out all diamonds.
Bottom is good, thank you. Blinds, please.
And then when you hesitate to turn them over, I'm like,
Going
fucking queen.
home.
Oh, I've already
Ace king v ace king.
Definitely
Yeah, I
not.
thought you had kings, bro. Yeah, that's what I
Mentioned
thought.
the other day the story of the $1 million tournament, aces v aces, finding the free roll.
That was my stack, I think.
There are some pretty sick ways to bust out of those kinds of tournaments.
Old 4-card flush.
Yeah.
Come on, George. Make that thumb move.
Put it in there, George.
Come on.
I'm like, don't make it like 130, George.
Oh, sorry. It's okay. I'm folding as well.
2 5 folds.
Oh, 100%.
As you see, Gordon wants to help Victor out, trying to give him one of his cards to use as well. Dale now with the ace-8 suited, going to open it to 55k. Chad with the 8-6-0 not going to get involved, but Jerry with king-queen.
7 folds.
Definitely a hand that he has shown aggression with it in the past. I think this is another one of those times. Does have 20 big blinds. It's definitely an option that he could take. You see that George with king 10 suited behind, also a hand that's definitely playable.
130. Seat 8. Re-raise. 130,000. 130.
Looks like he's going to find a non-all-in 3-bet to 130k. Anaha with the ace-7 suited in the big blind.
He's just asked for a chip look. Let me see what he's actually playing there.
Yes, sir.
That's 600 for
One fold.
Gonna let Dale do the work.
5 all in. Oh, I mean 6 all in.
I don't know if Dale is going to be doing any work here, really. He does. He does find the jam. Now, Jerry's in a world of hurt.
How are you
He's
opening
putting
off?
so much of his chip stack already. He's He's down to 15 bigs, and now he's facing an all-in. Pretty strong though. Does decide on a fold. Gonna get shown an 8.
You're gonna see it in 20 minutes anyway.
We see that Manaha and Jerry have been the most active. Gordon being the most
I'm
passive.
gonna let him milk to me all day. I've had enough of it.
Now,
He's
this is
been
the
in
show I
five
really,
times,
really
and I'm
do.
like, nah, fuck this. Well, running,
Does nothing.
Let's play some poker,
This
boys.
does nothing.
That's what we're here for.
It may not have been a show actually. He may have just folded pretty animatedly. As we see the counts in the top right of the screen dropping down to 20 now. Definitely starting to fall very quickly. We're almost nearing 2 tables
I know,
here.
one of you is jamming. One of you is gonna jam. Anyway.
Five folds. 6 folds.
So we see Victor's going to keep nursing this short stack. Doesn't elect to take 4s for 10 bigs. Chad now deciding against an open as well.
8 folds.
Likewise with Jerry. George with 7-8-0.
9 folds.
Also folding.
Everyone folds.
7 suited is going to find a walk here.
The winner
Must be nice.
in 6-6, which is Blake, and he would believe that Jack 2 wins. Second place is Grant Levy. He gets himself an APT hat, and we've got.
See Manaha getting a bit of a stretch in. These guys have been playing for a number of hours at this point.
Fred gets a hat.
Definitely got to make sure you're feeling good as you're playing.
First two out.
You can see he's got around 1.6 million, so he's still in a commanding position on this table. 3 guys below 20 big blinds now in the danger zone. Jerry with 15 of them. As you see, Chad and Jerry both not going to be opening here. 7 deuce and 5-3. George with ace 10. 19 bigs.
50,000.
Justin open to 50k. Gordon though with ace king suited, I think he's going to be doing a little bit more than just opening. Both of these guys are fairly short, so he may just decide to rip it, try and apply as much pressure as he can. Looks like he's not. Looks like he's deciding on just a 3-bet. A non-all-in 3-bet. Be in the vicinity of 127k.
2-2 re-raise 127,000.
Oof,
1, 2,
let's put another ace 10 in there as well.
Folds.
Oh wow. Victor deciding against it. Very disciplined fold. Now George. This is a gross spot. I think it's definitely just a fold though. Hand does not do well enough to be able to warrant putting in any more chips here.
Call. 9 calls.
Wow, he decides to call. Definitely don't advocate this, guys. Way too short to be able to call in your hand with like ace 10. Looks really pretty, but it's definitely not. As we see, he is in awful shape now. Literally 1 out. As we see a jam by ace king. I think George is now going to find the fold. Can't really do anything. Is a little bit small out of position, Triz, but he may have been trying to induce a jam from one of these guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, he showed me, with the 9 on the
I don't think George can do anything here other than just let his hand fall into the muck. I don't think Gordon's ever going to be getting out of line with a hand like King Queen or King 10 here. And I don't think 7-8 or 9-8 are going to be 3-betting pre, so I think this is just a very easy fold. Doesn't quite believe him though. Maybe he's in disbelief that he's gotten himself into this point. Giving it some thought. Does eventually make the discipline laydown. Gordon's going to keep adding chips onto his stack. 1.4 million now.
Blinds, please.
He's also
Phone's putting in work.
And Luke Thompson joins us in Facebook chat. Let's go, Dale Pass.
Please.
He's just there.
Tuning in, Luke.
Big line. You do it. I'll let him do it. He's coming now.
These guys playing for $68,000 first place prize.
We need his chips in play.
And his laugh.
Alright, poker players, if you are interested in that red
3 pretty short stacks at the table now.
jacket, I only got 5 remaining. So if you're the kind of person that wears a 2XL or a 3XL,
Harry, George and Victor all sub 20.
that's 60 shape body, you know who you are. Please make your way down to...
We see Chad fighting an open 50k under the gun.
Grab the
Pretty
remaining
narrow range of hands here, especially with the shorties and the big blind. Holds around to Gordon on the button with the King Jack of Diamonds. Wouldn't hate seeing a flat here. Pretty nice hand to see, and it looks like he will do that.
That's open to 50.
Or potentially find a misclick.
He opened.
My big blind.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't.
71.
Looks like he is misclicked
71
to
is the min
62k
raise.
here.
Yes.
No, it's not a raise.
It's more than 50%, so.
So the rule is that
He
if
raised
this
50,
is going to be
71.
treated as a pure min click. So basically, if the blinds are 12k, 24k, and there's been an open to 50, that means the 26,000 is the difference, which means that the raise that Gordon needs to be making is going to be up to 76k.
We looked after you.
50,000 for seat 2.
And given that it was, oh no, looks like it is going to be ruled as a call, so we're going to go 3 ways after all.
If he's put out multiple chips and it's under 50% of that, then
Yeah, we
we
realise
can
that,
rule that as a call, which is what's occurred in this case.
3-way
Looks like
pot.
there was 62k put out, so just 1k short. As both of these guys are really around that board, but not connecting it directly, both with gut shots.
7-0. 2 folds.
What is one? Just one? Chad, let's go. Let's have some fun.
So Gordon's going to find a call, and so is Dale. These guys all really want to see a 10 on the turn.
Correct. What do you mean? On the before the flop? The action on the flop before pre-flop is just on the flop.
No, check. Bet.
Bet 70, then fold the seat 2, and then seat 5 calls.
As Princess is just getting some instructions before putting the turn
7
out
bet
there.
70. Yeah.
Yep, so
And
just
then
completing
seat
that
2
action, then we
folds,
get the turn card. So
seat
Chad
5
actually bet
calls.
70,000
Heads
on
up.
that flop, and made the call.
Seat 7, can you
See
spread
another
check?
ace on the turn.
Seat 6 checks.
Looks like Chad's going to reach for more chips here.
I think chips come out for 120,000. Dale likes to jokingly put it on top of his stack, but of course it's not going there.
For those of you who haven't been watching the last few days, yellow chips are 1,000, the orange chips are 5,000, blue chips are 25,000, and that new pink chip that's just come into play is 100,000. Chad is going to put that chip to use to take down the pot. Very sizable one at that. Looks like he's going to take himself back over the 30 big blind mark, maybe even close to 1 million chips once again, 956k. See an outline of the chips in play at this table. We'll let you know, guys, that at the conclusion of this level we will be going on a 30-minute break. Is that right, Tom?
I'll just confirm it's their dinner break.
So we will be having a bit of an intermission, and then we'll be coming back to continue the coverage of this tournament all the way down to a winner this evening.
Please don't get in the floor.
A quick pause on the stream. We're just working to get that one sorted for you guys.
Folds 9.55. 1 fold. 2 folds.
So there will be a 30-minute break at the conclusion of this level. It's about 18 minutes away.
As we can see, George opening off of 13 bigs under the gun, one with ace 7-0. Dale, though, just going to rip in ace 10. Doesn't care about the open.
7 folds.
Some chicken. 30.
You want to raise, you're going to have to deal with the consequences, and he does find the fold.
Okay, we'll head straight there.
Dale's definitely playing aggressive against these guys, not really giving them any room to maneuver.
Yeah, but they said
solid play from him so far.
That's what that's the dinner.
I understand it was lunchtime. It's still.
Yeah, they shouldn't have given us that one. That was so random.
20 players remain here at the Campbelltown Catholic Club for the Maddocks Mindset main event.
Oh, is that right?
Let us know at home who you're cheering for, who is going to be our next champion. Where their banner will join yours, Jordan Bromley, hanging from the ceiling here at Campbelltown. You've got top left corner at the moment. I'm staring at it, right next to Kalen Roberts. What a combo.
Shout out to Kalen. Zusi Manaha looking to try and get his banner up on the wall. Opening sevens under the gun, 50k. Victor with ace queen though, don't think he's going to let him open that easily. He is going to be finding a jam here. Nope, I'm wrong again. I've been wrong very often today. Just finds a flat off of that 17 big blind stack. It's like Jerry is deciding whether or not to defend from the big blind with 9-8. I feel like it's an avenue he could explore here, and he does.
That's a reasonable flop for Victor.
Not bad at all. Aren't really many hands that are going to be beating him here.
5 bet 60,000.
Looks like he is going to fire a bet out of 60k. And Manaha sees straight through it, not even going to call the sevens once.
I thought you thought I was bluffing one time.
Not interested at all.
Look at all those
Victor has been
sliders. I need to migrate over this side of the table.
Victor is going to take himself back up to that 23 big blind mark. And a lot more comfortable than he was probably about 40 minutes ago.
It's them, just weighing it down.
So we can see that at the moment Manaha is being the most aggressive player at the table, putting his chips to good use along with Chad and Jerry. Victor just chilling out at the moment, hasn't really taken the opportunity to take any re-jams. Just decided to flat the ace-queen there.
You can bluff that. I'll still take your bluff.
No, I wasn't bluffing.
That's what. Even if you bluff, I'm happy.
Taylor's cheering for Dale and Victor on this table. Thanks for tuning in again, Taylor. Great to see you here.
I'll get out of line heads up, maybe.
Race 50. Seat 1, race 50.
Hopefully we'll see you at the next series down at Southport.
5 fold.
Oh, you're down to 1.3 million now,
player extraordinaire.
As we see Dale with the King 10-0, starting against an open. I don't think Chad is going to be thinking the same with his King 5 suited. Definitely think he's going to want to open this one.
Obviously, as we all have, because we've made final 20th at 700 run field.
True.
8 and 9 folds.
It's going to get straight through.
Old one as well. Old one. I thought you were going to get it from the bar. That warm water.
2 folds.
1 second left.
5 folds.
So strange things happen before the break as we start to inch towards our break. We can see these guys a little bit more about dinner and not quite at those page ups. We're looking at 20 players remain.
If you are interested in
so George, 10 bigs and ace-8 suited is going to put the money in.
I'm going to be situated here at table 53.
Manahan not going to be calling doubling down hand, is just going to be folding. George is going to pick up those chips, uncontested.
Another double while George holds 19.
As we see a few of these guys wanting to play the stand-up game, but it is a tournament. So they'll stretch their legs and then eventually sit back down. You had the opportunity to play the stand-up game at all, Tom?
Into the
Big
satellite
fan of
to
stand-up
record
equity.
It's only $50. Looking for 4 people.
Stand-up game is an absolute classic for you cash game players. Definitely recommend checking it out at some point.
Henry.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Got away with one.
7.
It looks like it's going to fall to Jerry in the cutoff. No good with 7 deuce.
8 folds. 9 all in.
George once again ripping the biscuits in.
1 fold.
Manaha with ace-5-0, not going to defend. Neither is Gordon. He's definitely picking up a few chips here, taking himself back to 14 bigs.
6 p.m. as we've got the satellite into the vault. 2 tickets guaranteed. If you want to flip, I'm looking for 4 people. Pay all 53, $50 each.
I don't want to break my clean stack.
Oh, well, yeah, keep as you do.
Superstitious.
Oh, no. Sorry, I'll wait till the break anyway. I'll go down the first test.
I'll just use the 4, this one.
Like, these guys are definitely leaning towards being excited for the break. Getting a little bit restless.
4 more.
Thank you.
Dale not going to open the 7-4. Chad folding as well.
8 folds. 9
Jerry with 3 deuce, so not interested. George getting out of the way also. Manaha is definitely going to be wanting to open the ace-6. Does have a very short stacked Victor in the big blind, however.
50,000, 50.
Going to open to 50k.
Got the sizing right now.
Victor with a dominated hand isn't going to defend, I wouldn't think. Manaha does get to take it down, just accumulating those chips. Still over 60 bigs. You can see he does have 1.6 million. Gordon with now 1.3. Chad nearing 900k, and our shorties are George and Jerry, 14 bigs and 11 bigs.
Well-known regulars drawing around the Chad rail there from
8,
Sydney.
9 folds.
Burnish Lamination joins us as well from a deeper run earlier in the Goliath. Manhar in the cutoff, King 7 on.
1,
Is it King 7
folds.
on? I'm going to start using that, that's good. We see Victor with King Queen.
Raise 50,000.
Definitely think he's going to raise into the big blind here.
6 folds.
Raise up to 50k, and Dale doesn't even think about it. Going to defend the King 4. Pretty rough shape here. 2 aces and a jack. No good for either, but King High still good. Gut shot though for Victor. What were you saying, Tom?
You've got to recommend your ons because it makes them more playable. If we just only talk about them when they're offsuit, then we forget about the excitability of them being on. That's why we're
Almost.
As we see Dale thinking it was a chop pot there, didn't quite realise the Queen does kick.
Lucky I realised, I don't think anybody else did.
And have to throw those chips he tried to grab back. This is not the FT. We are down to around 20 players. We're going to be nearing the dinner break in the next 10 or so minutes. Thanks for tuning in though. And also a big shout out to you. Congratulations on your result in the short deck tournament over at the WPT series in Cambodia. Taking down the 2.2k high roller short deck.
By 1 it wasn't.
He's a very successful mixed game player in your own right, so congratulations for that.
What's wrong, Chen?
As Jerry now, 11 bigs, not going to open King 8, I wouldn't think.
You'd tell me if it was.
just that. Kyle was also able to take out Player of the Festival in Cambodia as well.
8, 9 folds.
I believe 6 final tables.
Doing it. Can be done.
Yeah, down from his usual 7.
1 fold, 2 folds.
No, I'm just kidding. Amazing player. Definitely had a fantastic week over there. A number of Aussies that were over there had a great time. Good to see a bunch of guys having some good results overall. As we see Dale now with the ace queen. Blind be blind with Chad. Looks like he's just going to limp, try and induce something from Chad here.
Favourite articles I read from Kyle, the interview with Kyle after the series in Cambodia was, after my first final table, I looked at the trophy the next day after I'd already thought about player of the series, and because it's a different colour than the other ones, I said to myself, I want that.
Yeah, fair enough. It's always good to have varying contours of colour in your trophy case. As it looks like we are having a slight graphical error, but we are still heads up in this pot between Chad and Dale.
Check, check.
Ace queen for Dale. Check, check on the flop.
6 checks.
Looks like it's going to be a check for Dale again on the turn.
7 checks.
Check back from Chad. Off to a river.
6 checks.
Looks like Chad's done checking. Looks like he's going to fire a bet out on the river.
7 bets, 85.
And a snap call from Dale. And I think Ace Queen is going to be the winner here. Yeah, looks like Dale is going to rake those chips in. Nice pot to pick up as we near the break.
Still learning. You know what I mean?
That's like the only way I could win them here.
That's what I thought. So if I could break my wrist between my 10,000.
He wants to play poker. He needs a beer. He needs a beer. He wants this break. He's like, come on.
One thing bad about me is that I actually know how to play poker. People wouldn't know what I do.
$15. 1 out of 10. If you want to join the for $15 to get into the 6th vault,
9 fold.
it's $150 entry. And one winner will take it. Winner takes all.
You've got a king there.
If you're interested on that one,
If you rip king there, shit happens to me.
Looks like Mahar is considering an open here.
50,000.
50,000?
5-0. 2 folds.
Oh, where players, there is a
5
couple of cards that aren't reading this level on the break. We'll introduce a new deck. Be updating just in case the players haven't got the cards on the sensor. Of course, we'll make sure we get that read for you, but occasionally we can have a card that breaks or gets damaged. I think that's the case in Maddocks hand here.
You see Jerry with King Queen and 9 bigs to start the hand. Does decide to just rip it.
8 all in.
And I think if he does find a call, we're going to find out what Manaha is holding. He's just going to ask for a count. Just over 10 big blinds total for Jerry. 256k at 12.24. It's like Manaha's going to give this one a bit of thought. Shout out to Liam Jehu in the chat. Thanks for tuning in again, mate. Good to see you. Manaha is going to have a look up at the clock, see how far off the break he is, what the blinds are, what the average stack is. All he would need to do would be throw in 2 of those pink chips, signify the total amount he'd be having to put in against Jerry here. Current table boss may not want to let any chips go, and he does decide against it.
You should have seen when he was at school, mate.
Jerry's going to pick up some much needed chips here, taking himself back over that 14 big blind mark.
I think he hooked up with almost every girl in my year.
Are you in your team?
We went to a school down the road from each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
DC Gordon going for a quick walk, coming back just in time.
This was like a long time ago.
19 players remain now, ever closer to the 2 tables.
Almost 20 years ago. Yeah.
Here's our final table. We
1
played
fold,
9-handed.
2 folds.
Break down into 2 16-handed tables before playing
5
down to an FT. And of course tonight we play it down to a winner.
6 folds.
As you see it fold over to Chad on the button. Looks like he wants to give this one any thought. Jerry with 650, I don't know if he will do the same. May not want to tango with the shorter stacked George. Wondering whether or not he could get away with a limp here. Double checking the tournament clock. Potentially seeing how many more minutes there are until he does get to go and get some food.
Wants to go to the break.
Yeah, Lachlan made a very good point. Haven't really been able to see much of Jerry on the stream this week. He has been luring in the shadows.
Be careful.
He's only won a tournament and come 5th in another one.
The other time I was like, everyone folds.
It looks like we're going to see a flop here between these two guys. Jerry does find the limp and a quick check to George. Basically a flip here.
Heads up.
I just need a walk. Oh, he's not here. He's gonna... Oh, you need a walk.
So you see, it's not a flip anymore. Jerry does pull ahead with middle pair.
Chips in the pot. Over $500,000 now. Now I can do damage to your stack.
9 checks.
Wonder whether or not Jerry's just going to bet one big blind here.
Check.
Decides against
going to
it.
make him feel a lot more secure.
8 checks.
Still going to check over.
Deciding against firing any chips out there. George just checking back.
No, it's just ace.
8 checks. 9 checks.
Just takes the showdown. No.
6 is going to take it down.
Definitely want to see some aggression here. I'd like to see some on the turn.
He's got one of the worst 6s he can really have. Definitely don't fault just checking down. He's also probably worried about betting and getting jammed on by the also short stack George. Taking the passive approach in that spot's definitely not the worst decision. And from that he does take it down.
I think when we get to a river, we've had plenty of indicators of action, and that Jordan doesn't want any of it. Otherwise, they'll take it without showdown that is. But you are correct. We don't have to risk anything. We can just realize our showdown and scoop in chips without putting any risk.
So it's not like playing line until you do something you don't think about. I'll think about it when you're thinking about what you're going to do.
2 folds.
Lachlan says the man just gets
5,
it done.
6 fold.
Finish the lyrics for me, Jordan.
No, not on this occasion. As we see Gordon finding a limp under the gun with deuces. Not going to work though. Chad with ace king. 37 bigs.
4 power to you, mate. I hope we get heads up maybe. Well, actually, no, I've got a mate. Next to me. Maybe I hope you come final first.
4 with Chad.
And then George alone, Toby.
We have
that's
2.
6 to the final table.
That's alright. We're handpicking him.
Jerry's really good, so he's probably going to be there. That's 7 at the final table.
He is deciding on how much to open here.
Yeah, 8 in the final table.
That's 8. We got one more. We got one more spot.
We'll take all of this. All of it. Toby, you sure?
7 raise. 93,000.
Looks like it will be in the vicinity of 95k.
That works out well.
I'll just stay in this.
93k. But George with kings. Oh, this is a rough spot for Chad to be in. He's definitely not going to be folding versus the jam, but he doesn't feel great about it. As you can see, these guys standing up, getting ready to go on break. And Chad is going to have to find an ace here. As you can see that 29% of the time he will win it, but there have been some aces folded pre. So he may not be in the best spot for this. George looking a hot favourite to find a full double up here. Get out of the danger zone. As we can see, a very clean flop so far.
Up the Bronx.
Oh, there's an ace on the turn.
3 on the turn. That is sick, and we're going to lose George here. Chad is going to find the ace. And it looks like George has just stormed off in disgust at that turn card. That was brutal. You fans of Chad are going to be stoked in the chat. Chad managing to scoop in a pretty huge and lucky pot there, finding Barry on the turn to knock out George. And as you can see, guys, with that does take us through to the dinner break. Sounds like it's going to be between 30 to 40 minutes here, Tom. What's the actual total time?
30-minute dinner break for our players, so we return right around 7 p.m. and continue the broadcast action as we play down to a winner here tonight at the Campbelltown Catholic Club for the Maddocks Mindset main event. We look forward to seeing you all again in 30 minutes time.
Are you gonna?